Ready to go? Good evening and welcome to the Monday, September 13th committee meeting, the committee of the whole meeting for the Mill Creek Township School District Board of Directors. Tonight we are meeting together at the Mill Creek Education Center. As we were meeting this evening, we are all adhering to the mask wearing mandate as issued by Erie County and now the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Even though the public is now able to attend in person, we will continue to stream the meetings live on YouTube, and all the meetings will be recorded for future viewing. We're also will continue to Zoom the meetings as well going forward to enhance participation in them. You can also view this evening's agendas as well as several additional informational items on our website, www.mtsd.org. In addition, please visit us and like us on our Facebook page, Mill Creek Township School District, which has new posts added on a regular ongoing basis. Before we start with the working committee meetings, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence to commemorate the 20th anniversary of 9/11. I would ask everyone to reflect on where you were and where our country was on that day and in the weeks and months following and where we are today. Thank you. I think we'll start with our first committee meeting, and Mrs. Winchell, Instruction and Student Services Committee.
Thank you. Mrs. Sitter, could we please have a roll call?
Certainly. Mr. Dean.
Here.
Dr. Lansbury.
Here.
And Mrs. Winchell.
Here.
Thank you.
Item 1.02, approval of the agenda. I'd like to bring that forward as a motion. May I have a second?
Second, Rick.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 2.01, Instruction and Student Services Committee meeting minutes of August 9th of 2021. I'd like to make a motion to approve those. May I have a second?
Second, Dean.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, there are 6 items on the Instruction and Student Services action item agenda. Would members of the core team like to discuss those? The very first one is 3.01 Compass Learning Center contract.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Winchell. This is a contract to have 7 of our teachers trained in the Orton Gillingham curriculum. Will provide support for both teachers and students. It is putting experts in the building. Part of this is they'll get 100 hours of training, half of which will be either on-site or virtual. I haven't worked that out with the company yet. It depends on where we are. The other half of that will be embedded in their professional work, working with students. Once they have completion of this, which will take a better portion of this school year, then we have our experts in the building if we have new teachers hired in primary, and again, also working with small groups of our struggling readers in primary grades. And these are interventionist and Title I teachers who haven't had the training yet.
All 7 are Title I teachers?
Pardon me?
Did you say all 7 were Title I?
No, it's a combination of Title I interventionist and 1 classroom.
What age groups are you using this with?
K-2.
And that's at a total cost not to exceed $28,325.
Correct. That is the training sessions and materials for those teachers.
Any other companies other than Compass have you looked at for this?
There's no one else that offers it around here. It would require traveling, and are some days out of the classroom, and that would compound the cost.
Are you evaluating the impact?
We've used the Acadian scores in the past and see how our students are improving. It was part of the early literacy grant of a few years ago that we obtained before I came on board and continued once I stepped into my position. And these teachers haven't had that opportunity to have that training.
Once these 7 are trained, can they train other people within the district? Is that an agreement with the company, or is that?
They couldn't provide this full-blown training. They wouldn't be to that extent, but they would be able to support teachers. They would have to go through a whole different level to be able to actually be considered a trainer for this, but they would be there to support teachers far beyond someone who hasn't been through the training.
How does Orton Gillingham mesh into the rest of the curriculum long-term?
It works with our phonics and phonemic awareness portion of our primary curriculum, which it's the accessing the code, it supports that.
Orton Gillingham's been around for, I don't know, 70 years, maybe at least, quite a long time. And it's more of a philosophy. In going back to this kind of a basic approach, how are the classroom teachers that are having these kids the rest of the day integrating the same philosophy that they're getting intensive, basically, instruction through Orton Gillingham? How is that mirroring into the classroom?
So that's through our accessing the code that all students get in the regular classroom. And then the intensive intervention would be with our interventionist and title teachers.
Any title funds being used for this?
Not title, I believe ESSER's funding. Mr. O'Toole's not in here, but this is part of our professional development through ESSER's funding.
Thank you.
Okay. 3.02, the Savvis Recording Permission Agreement.
Thank you, Mrs. Winchell. This one is at no cost to the district. Over the summer, during part of the summer symposium, we had Savvis do a training that we wanted to record. It was an hour-long training, and we want the ability to use that recording. So this agreement just allows us, they hold on and they're the owner of the recording, but allows us to use and share with people who could not attend the symposium.
Any questions?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
3.03, the National Art Honor Society.
Good evening. This is a proposal for the Constitution and the bylaws to be accepted on behalf of Ms. Jess Alesso, who is an art instructor at McDowell Intermediate, also serves as our art chair. She's looking to bring forth what is really an advocacy for greater attention to the arts through a lot of community interaction, as well as targeted activities within the school itself to bring about greater awareness to art education. There are, as the Constitution and bylaws suggest, a highly structure to this. She has brought forth a minimum of 20 students who've expressed interest in having such an activity at McDowell Intermediate.
The bylaws documents that we were sent aren't filled in terms of what you're going to require, grade point averages and things like that. Is that going to be brought to us at some point?
Yes, we could bring that, sure. And there's also space that was also left empty on the fee schedule. They do bring forth that recommendation of charging $5 a year for students. We would be at that same rate and so forth. But once that document gets finalized, we will populate it in for the board to have that information on it, correct?
So it'll be a select group of art students that are going to be eligible to be part of this honor society?
Correct. Yeah.
And that'll be determined by,
Well, what some of that criteria is and the willingness of the students to, so for example, if they agree to participate in this, they're also saying that they're also going to do X amount of hours of community interaction specific to art activity and so forth. So it really is, it requires them to be as invested in it. It's not something that they can just simply apply for and award standing in it. It's something they have to agree to commit to in a way.
and that's going to convert their activity fund to this direction. I didn't understand quite how that was going to work because there's an art student activity fund. It's going to be renamed to the honors students.
Okay, that part of it, they handle it through the building level part of it, but I can make sure I can double check and clarify on that part
I
of
just
it.
wondered how that's going
So-
to exclude other students who want to be part of the art.
Understandable, certainly, but I don't see that as an exclusionary measure. I think it's probably maybe has to be under that same umbrella, but I can certainly look into that.
Any other discussion of that item? Okay, 3.04, the Dr. Gertrude Barber Center Service Agreement from 8/30/21 through 6/8/22.
Good evening. That service agreement is to provide one-on-one supports to a student who is enrolled in attending the Elizabeth Lee Black School at the Barber National Institute.
We just have the one student.
For this particular contract, yes,
It's 175 per day when it says per day.
correct.
Okay, and 3.05, the Perseus House Letter of, I'm sorry. Oh, did you have another question? Okay. 3.05, the Perseus House Letter of Agreement from 7/1/21 through 6/30/22.
Right, so this is an annual letter of agreement that Perseus House has an agreement with us to work mutually on behalf of the school district students who are enrolled or participating in any of the Perseus House programs, particularly in their residential treatment facility. So it's a non-financial agreement just stating that we'll work cooperatively together to support the students enrolled in their programs.
Jason? Okay, and 3.06, the Pennsylvania Youth Survey.
Right, so many of you probably remember this is, we haven't done this for the last couple of cycles, but this is a survey that the Department of Ed likes school districts to do. They really like Mill Creek to do it because we offer a lot of potential students at McDowell and MIHS. And this year it's combining it used to be called PAYS, Pennsylvania Youth Survey. This year they're calling it the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. It's a survey developed by the CDC combining what used to be called the Youth Tobacco Survey and the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. It takes about one class period, 45 minutes for students to complete. The data is, they will choose a number of classrooms at MIHS and McDowell. Mr. Keim is projected to be our survey coordinator. And then after they survey the randomly selected students, that data will all be compiled across the state of Pennsylvania. And then come March or April, we'll receive the results of that survey for our students and the students across the Commonwealth.
Is that survey anonymous?
Yes,
Okay, and do the students have the option to not participate in that if they so choose?
correct. The students can opt out from that. And Mr. Keim will have a copy of the questions if parents want to see what's on that survey. It does ask pretty specific questions about at-risk behavior.
Parents are notified ahead of time and what's involved and when it's going to be and those options.
It's an opt-out for the parents, so they're not notified ahead of time. I mean, they're not asked to opt in, they're only asked to opt out. So Mr. Keim will notify the parents of the classrooms that are participating.
Jason, any questions? Yeah, I'd like to move 3.01 through 3.06 forward as a motion to take to the board meeting in 2 weeks. May I have a second for that, please?
Second, Rick?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. In our next section, we have 6 items that are listed, and these are informational items only. There is nothing here for voting. 4.01 is the 2020-2021 College Board data.
So good evening, and for our intents and purposes for our audience and school board members this evening, I do want to present to you, thank you. It's a very quick synopsis, an overview of where we stand in terms of our AP performance from last year, looking at this in terms of beginning with the 2017, concluding with this past spring. There's been a lot of interest and discussion about where that falls in terms of how we performed this past spring compared with years past. So separated out by color, beginning with the yellow in 2017. This is, okay, on the summer school remediation part, I'm sorry, getting one ahead of myself on the slide here. We did talk at length about what constituted the remediation aspect for this for the spring. So we wanted the board and the public to be aware that our numbers were significantly higher, but at the same time, equally impressive due to the dedication, I think, of the students and their hard work. Certainly for the summer school staff, we are willing to, happy to report to you this evening that we did see a significant percentage of students who were able to pass those courses that they needed remediation in for this past summer. So if you look at the statistical part of it, you will see that, and also in the areas of mathematics, we had a 99% passing rate. We had in-house help available at the MIHS library for students who needed it, as well as structured direct instruction opportunities available in the area of math for those students who required math. It was always 93% for students taking general courses and a 99% passing rate among those math students. Any questions about that? And I'd like to extend a special thank you to the summer school staff and to the students alike who really helped fuel that success. Really dedicated group. Summer school is not always easy in terms of motivation and re-engaging in a course maybe you didn't have some previous success in, but the numbers really do speak for themselves, and we couldn't have been more proud of the effort that was put forward by them. And this is just a simple breakdown of the summer school in detail. Remedial students, remedial courses, the percentage successful, and on that previous side as well, worth mentioning is the amount of acceleration, because we do offer summer school for those students who want to use that as an opportunity to take a course that otherwise may not fit into their schedule, and those numbers were equally high, and we were really happy with that. But percentage of successful, 91, 96, 94, 89% across the grade levels is a statistic and a number that we're really impressed with. They would have been maybe closer to 100, but we had some students early on who initiated maybe the idea of it was something that held appeal to them, but in reality, they weren't really ready to engage in it. So there's that 10% variance or 4% that you may see is actually a little bit misleading in terms of the actual students weren't students that failed at their remediation efforts so much as they withdrew from the course after a brief time of engaging with it. And the next one is the College Board results, but we can wait on that. So. Any questions, though, about the remediation in summer school and for those purposes or for acceleration?
Just to comment on your future reports, I think it would be good to separate out the withdrawals from the failures.
Sure.
So we have a better idea of what was involved.
Okay. We are extending the remediation capacity. We do have, it's not a very large number of students, but some students have expressed to work directly with the interventionist to carry that capacity forward. We do look at, traditionally, we have done that at the end of the first quarter, end of the second quarter, so we tend to be real proactive to identify those students that are at risk. For example, if you are a senior and you failed a government class first quarter of your senior year, you don't have to wait until the completion of your senior year to remediate in that. Part of what the interventionists and what we're going to do through that process is to help identify those students that we can actively get them engaged in the course with that direct assistance and supervision that will further help that. So the ESSERS funding does allow for that and provide for that remediation throughout the school year. Right now, the anticipated amount of students that would be impacted by that is not large, but it certainly means a lot to those students to be able to engage in that right now as opposed to waiting until June. And it assures them that they have a greater likelihood of walking across the stage and gathering their diploma at that point. So we're happy to offer that. It's currently at about an estimation of 15 to 20 students, I think, that would benefit at this point for continued remediation.
And that's in grades 9 through 12, or is it?
That's primarily grades 11 and 12.
Okay.
Primarily. We haven't filtered down exactly to that point, but we will be, because we've had nuances whereby students have sometimes transferred in. We have students that, for whatever reason, are credit deficient. Sometimes they're not even Mill Creek students, but they'll come to us out of maybe a cyber school where they weren't successful. I know of some instances where that's happened. Students that have transferred in from out of state that haven't been real successful, maybe credit deficient. This would be an option for them regardless of grade level. And this really does pick up in earnest after the first quarter as far as identifying who those students are and the degree of need that they have.
Okay, and now you want to do the College Board data?
We can certainly transition into
Okay.
that. This is Winchell,
Oh, do you
absolutely.
have something else?
One
I'm
question
sorry.
for you, Dr. Stevens.
Sure.
For the grade level, this is 8th going to 9th for remediation, or this is actually a 9th grade student?
That was a 9th grade student who may have failed a class this past year.
what did we do with the 12th grade students that were not successful, and how have we helped them, and what was their next step?
They have until October 1 to officially complete their course requirements if they choose to be a graduate of the class of 2021. So I would have to pull out from student support exactly how those students were impacted by that success rate, so that if they were, sometimes it's just an extension of a course due to work responsibilities or other things that are causing them interference, but they have until October 1. I could get that exact number of ones that did finish prior to the October 1 finish. So this was just on the summer school completion date, which would have been mid-July. But if you want to see that, I can get that information.
Because obviously, we would like to get 100% remediation for
Clearly.
12th grade students.
But yeah, absolutely. But there are those situations where for those 11% that did not finish, I guess is what you're targeting specifically, we could see, I could get for the board to see how many finished prior to October 1, because that's really the cutoff date. This was the cutoff date just for that summer school experience.
Clarification, you have 56 remedial students taking 90 remedial courses. How does that work?
Well, sometimes students that, obviously fail, that aren't successful in one or more classes, they enroll oftentimes in two, or whatever the capacity usually is, two at max for summer school remediation. So oftentimes, yeah, the amount of courses is going to clearly outweigh the amount of students that are in. And it's just we have students that, if you'd like to see the amount of students that required multi courses, yeah, you can do that.
Assume a ninth grader could be enrolled in Algebra 1 in the first course, Algebra 2 the second, and end up having to take both courses.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, correct. Or just, it could be any combination. It could be an English class and a social studies class or something along those lines. So yeah, that does allow for that. That's a good question. It allows for us to adjust kids that may have had numerous instances where they weren't successful.
Any other questions about summer school? Okay, College Board data.
So as I previously stated, the College Board does release the AP results to us each spring. And again, so the breakdown occurring here was the amount of students that have taken advanced placement courses over the last 5 years, beginning in 2017 and concluding with the 2021 school year. You'll see we did not see much variance actually in the amount of students that took the AP tests. The number of exams themselves, pretty consistent with what we've seen in years past. The numbers of students with the scores are 3 or higher, which is generally the benchmark to which colleges will look at the awarding of credit potentially for a performance on an advanced placement course. And that number did dip slightly to 73.7% this past year. Any initial observations or clarification that anybody would like to make? Be happy to provide.
Any particular area that caused that? It's the, second lowest in the last 5 years. So
We had over the, excellent question, that's over the course of the 21 different advanced placement courses that we offer. We had 17 of the 21 courses whereby we met or exceeded the state and national or global percentage of students that, so we're still achieving higher on that end of it. We did have a handful of classes where the performance had dipped enough that I think in one of those was some of the courses that generally a lot of students tend to take. So I think it was an issue of 1 or 2 of those courses that were really making a bigger impact into that area rather than an overall distribution of the percentage of students who wasn't getting it. It was one root cause anyways. And again, much like in the same vein of the summer school, I'm really can't express enough gratitude for the work of the students that and our advanced placement teachers that really invest a significant amount of time above and beyond what is involved with this. It's a rigorous, it's college level material that we're exposing our students to. We're really being vigilant about being far more inclusive in this practice. We're extending the invitation more strongly to students. We want more kids taking advanced placement courses than what we've ever had before. And we're starting to see where some of that parent interaction, where some of that proactivity on our part, either through guidance or through the admin part of it, hopefully that'll pay off with greater numbers of students. These numbers need to be higher, and we're working on that. A small level of distinction here with some of the AP Scholar summary. AP Scholars just suggests the amount of students that an AP Scholar that take 3 or more classes and get 3 or better, and then it gradually increases with AP Scholar 3.25 on 3 or average of 3 or more courses, up to 3.5 with the AP Scholar with distinction. But you're going to see those average scores really exceed both the state and the global averages in terms of 3.38 or 3.9. The AP Capstone Diploma is really, and the AP Seminar in Research is the culmination of the highest award that we can offer on the advanced placement. And to have an average score that well exceeds what colleges deem to be worthy of college credit really does stand out. A couple highlights from the 2021 school year in terms of advanced placement. AP Research average score of 4.5 is really phenomenal. We do have one student who is published in a peer-reviewed publication in their area, and we have a couple others that are pending. We did bring forth to the board last year the first year offering with our AP World History. Kudos to the average test score in that area being 3.77. This year, just as a reminder, we are offering computer science principles, and we do have 2 sections of that scheduled. 17 out of the 21 AP course offerings had scores that exceeded state and national averages. And the enrollment or the amount of students' participation did not diminish significantly due to extended school closure or any other interruption. I think Dr. Kavanaugh and Mr. Orlando may address this later. I know that the board had asked about cyber school enrollments, and I'll defer to them when they get to that part of the presentation so we can revisit this if necessary. And just 3 quick takeaways. Our continual refinement of our instructional practice of AP courses. We do have some advanced placement teachers that have been trained in the project-based learning teacher-trainer models and becoming more inclusive. We're offering more families the opportunity to participate in AP because we can go through the Pennsylvania Valued Assessment Directory, which does predict student performance on AP tests. So we're using that data to really reach out to say, maybe you have or have not thought of this for your student, but you may be eligible. The state is predicting that you'll do well in an AP course. And we've had some really good response from parents saying, thank you for that information. I really hadn't considered that previously. And that's a pretty solid recommend that that would definitely increase our participation numbers if we really start trying to see who's going to be, who would be encouraged or nudged to take those courses. Summer school and staff, we did have sizable increase, but we also had a very strong success rate. And our cyber numbers increased, and we're examining this year in terms of multiple capacities, make sure we're offering the best practice and model to that, and I can speak to that more later in this evening.
Dr. Stoops, does a cyber student have the ability to go and take our AP test? Are they in those numbers as well?
They would take AP courses through the provider that we offer. Our cyber providers offer AP courses.
So they wouldn't be mixed in with our numbers?
Correct.
So Tim, when you say cyber school, is that the Keola?
Correct. Keola is the, as you know, the consortium, and we go through various providers. Primarily, our probably 2 biggest are Accelerate Education and Apex Learning. And the Apex Learning in particular has been in the AP game a long time with online learning. So I think the quality that they're getting from that capacity would be similar to what it's all College Board curriculum anyways. They dictate as to what the content is and what's assessed on that test anyways. So it's pretty uniform as far as that goes. Any other questions?
I do have one other question for you. So this summer was much more successful than previous summers for our summer students, based on the numbers you showed and sizable increase of students. What did we do different, and how do we leverage that outcome so that we ensure that our students continually are moving further ahead because that program was so successful?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. That's a great inquiry into that. I think that the math continues to have to be face-to-face direct instruction capacity. We've seen that. The results that we have seen overwhelmingly support the math instruction being able to kids to access that face-to-face. Last year, we weren't able to access anything really face-to-face, and it was entirely a virtual experience. So that would suggest the kids sometimes really benefit on the remediation end of it, really help to have that one-on-one or that small group capacity. I know that the teachers and the counselors were doing both strategies to really help fuel that success. So I think we continue to look at that model of providing that small group instruction, sustained direct instruction, and the one-on-one help capacity. Because we expanded that a little bit this year because we were able to fund it in a way that, number one, the families were not charged for summer school this year, and two, that we were able to offer some additional scaffolds of support, mainly through a little bit additional on the staffing part of it. So I think that it's one of those instances, I think if we have purposeful direct intervention and we know what it looks like, adding more staff to that equation would certainly benefit those students. And I'm not saying an enormous amount of influx of staff, but having that capacity definitely proved to make a difference. And we're able to do that in a lot of different ways. It's not necessarily, hiring instructional equipment. We had some wonderful AmeriCorps volunteers that were able to work, and those members were able to spend time directly with our students, facilitating those small groups and things like that. So we got real creative. The counselors were, again, people that were able to provide that one-on-one assistance for them. So there's a lot of those scaffolds, and we're going to continue to reinvest in that, make sure it works.
And then as a follow-up to that, and we have these students who are in summer remedial classes or accelerated classes, how are we assessing how they perform in these first 2 semesters or quarters into this fall year? Because if we see an assessment that proves that that puts them on the right track ahead, the cost and the student educational benefit will probably far outweigh investing in these summer programs as opposed to having more successful students through this process. So I guess that'd be my question. We were successful this summer, does that translate to success in the following academic quarters?
That's a good question. One of our tasks, I think, that we're going to be looking at administratively, and certainly with the eye with the academic interventionist for this year, that's the type of questions we would be asking is, where are we in identifying those students that did find that success? And in turn, how do we translate that similar dynamic into fueling their success throughout the school year? And I think the interventionist has the capacity to really work with students and provide a lot of that scaffold of support that kids could have the benefit of that throughout the entire school year, not just through the summer school experience. Sure.
So we have the Trojan Watch program. Do we still do that at the high school?
We do.
Any thought to push that all the way down to the younger students and keeping those students together and
We could, and those are students that we've just simply identified as requiring a little bit of additional support because the content and skill suggests either through a combination of local grades, local assessment results, state testing, things like that, that they may require a little bit of assistance in one or more areas. So it could be something we could eventually look at primarily through those interventionists. Would seem like a logical spot that we could look at that for. That's a great question too.
at least 6, 7, and 8 to start with, and then look how you can implement that K through 5.
Sure. They do already have a lot of sustained intervention part on that through the K to 5 experience. There's a lot of different tiers that can work through that do target that. I want you to think there's nothing that is in place with that. So but that being said, I think when it gets to 6, 7, 8, certainly the 8 to 9, I know that we already have a pretty extensive dialogue and a lot of discussion with some of those students as they transition from 8 to 9 in that. So we could, those same directed intervention tend to work K to 5 on the transition into the middle school as well. But there's a lot of those that are already in place that they have that would be even maybe more formalized than what we do through the Trojan Watch experience.
Dr. Stoops, at our last meeting, we talked about Forecast 5 and the abilities of that in order to help us to take a look at things. Would that be an example of something that you could do with Forecast 5, that you could take the summer school rosters
Sure.
and then run first quarter grades?
And you could populate that with that, absolutely. So one of the dashboard capacities of that, and just a quick update on that since you asked, the easy update is we had an orientation meeting with them last Friday. We are in the process of uploading the data from Infinite Campus, which is our SIS, into 5 Lab, into the data analytic component. That can take that doesn't happen overnight.
Great.
So I think that's about a 2 or 3 week process, but we'll certainly keep the board involved in that process, and then where our expansion and our trainings will carry forth from there. So, yes, that's a great question. Thank you, Mrs. Mitchell. We're excited about that.
Okay, the next item on the information agenda is 4.03, Math Academy Year of Math.
Mrs. Dunbar, Ms. Ola.
lower the mic a little bit. Good evening, school board members, President Winchell, Dr. Roberts. I would like to welcome you all to the Year of Math and for this coming school year. So as we go ahead and start looking at our Year of Math, the framework, the meaning, the purpose, as we have listed here on this particular slide, our goal is to really foster an environment that's going to improve and increase the discussion and defense of problem solving that our students walk out of our district with. We want to be able to create an environment where students will move away from only building procedural fluency and getting to a level where they are conceptually understanding their problem-solving techniques, building their strategic competence, encouraging adaptive reasoning based on the situation that they are approached with, and building a productive disposition related to mathematics, the employment of it, as well as the study. The first component of our Year of Math that we fostered was our Summer Math Academy. And again, the purpose here was really to focus in on 3 grade levels that we know needed to be brought together collectively to encourage vertical discussion to go ahead and improve and increase our student achievement. And our overarching goal really was to review, analyze, and evaluate our current instructional strategies and practices through various assessment protocols, teaching strategies, as well as resource implementation to increase student mathematical achievement, not only post-pandemic, but also for our future. The Summer Math Academy was composed of 3 separate days. The first day was what we called our eligible content deep dive, where using the resources provided to us from PDE, we focused in specifically on 4th grade, on 5th grade, and on 6th grade, looking at what the eligible content is asking us, requiring us to teach our students. We not only looked directly at what those eligible content pieces were, we also focused in on what our resources provide us and the tools that we're currently using to teach those components of eligible content. Our second day was collective. Grades 4, 5, and 6 sat together, and we had presenters from IU5 as well as IU13 down outside of State College come in and do procedural reviews on how to appropriately use data and resources from eMetric and PVOS. And then our third day was the instructional strategy focus, which we went ahead and focused in on fractional operations because of the building nature from 4th to 5th to 6th grade. Our provider from Solution Tree, Miss Melissa Carley, spent 3 hours with our teachers focusing in on various strategies that they could go ahead and employ with their students for this coming school year. I wanted to take some time and share with you some of the feedback that we received after our Math Academy. Teachers were very enthusiastic about the attendance opportunities that they had, the discussion opportunities that they had, as well as the resources that they gained walking out the door. The presenter on Thursday was extremely dynamic and provided them a wealth of resources that as we go ahead and move forward with our fraction operation units in each one of those grade levels, not only can they focus with their own grade level, but they can also share with their teammates in their buildings. So because of the feedback that we received from our Math Academy, one of the big requests that we had was, how do we keep this conversation going? How do we keep the momentum, gaining that momentum that we feel like we really experienced over the course of these last 3 days? So with that, we are going to offer a book club to study the text that was provided to teachers on the 3 days of the Math Academy. And again, it's to encourage that vertical discussion and the, focus in on those specific strategies that are identified through the text. For our fractional operations experience that we had with Ms. Carley from Solution Tree, she pulled the resources directly from that text. Other reporting categories from the text include, place value, addition and subtraction, multiplication and division, geometry, measurement, and so as well as fractional concepts. So our goal is, starting at the end of this month, we want to offer for teachers 6 one-hour sessions now through March. And we're going to be going ahead using that resource, as I said, and digging into each one of the chapters to provide those opportunities for discussion in relation to strategy, resource, and assessment. And our goal is, again, as it was with the Math Academy, for teachers to walk out with a full toolkit that they can take back to their classrooms to provide assistance to their students. With that being said, the major component of our year of math will be spent and focused on our in-service trainings. Ms. Melissa Carley from Solution Tree will be coming back to join us in a deep dive into the discourse piece that I had mentioned at the very beginning. On our first day, which is a full day of in-service, our teachers will experience an introduction into what it means to have effective math discourse in their classrooms. We're going to do a deep dive into various strategies that they can go ahead to use and employ to select appropriate resources to use with their students, as well as focusing on how we move beyond that procedural fluency and encourage reasoning, argumentation, and mathematical sense making. Now, there's a short window between October 11th and November 5th, but on our half day of in-service there for November 5th, we're going to continue that investigation. We're going to continue to build teacher toolkits and answer questions that they might have in between their initial day of in-service to that second day, giving them the opportunity, again, to interact with our presenter. From there, our goal is that they're going to walk out the door with a plan in hand over the next several months on how they're going to go ahead and institute these strategies that we've spent the time investigating. Through that long window until April 1st, our goal from the curriculum department is to have embedded PD sessions, work through department chair meetings, as well as some faculty meetings with building level assistants to continue that conversation, have touch points, check in, find out what's working, find out what's not working, and how we can go ahead and remediate that situation. On our last day of in-service, which is April 1st, this is our opportunity to reflect, identify next steps, to continue that consistent implementation of those strategies we spent our time focusing on. So with that in mind, our goal for the takeaways for the year of math, I have listed here. We really want to walk away having a comprehensive understanding of what it means to have meaningful mathematical discourse and why it's so essential for our student learning. We want common vocabulary K through 12 related to how we are problem solving and having those opportunities to defend and argue our thinking. We want a revised implementation plan from where we started at the beginning of the year with targeted approaches for incorporation, of our math discourse strategies. As I had mentioned, our timeline for December, January, February, and March for those reflection points, unpacking points to go ahead and eliminate any confusion or misinterpretation. And finally, we have our identified strategies for continued implementation beyond the year of math. Where do we go from here and how do we continue to build? You guys have any questions for me tonight?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing us the year of math. I've been waiting years for the year of math. May I suggest next year we have a continuation of the year of math?
Oh, we've already had that conversation in the department, Mrs. Winchell. It's always the year of math in my eyes.
Yes,
So,
yes.
thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Are there any limitations to how many people can sign up for that in-service, or is it capped?
The October 11th in service,
Any of the in-services?
the in-service for the 11th, the 5th, and the 1st are K through 12. Anyone who teaches math in the district will be participating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question. How will you, at the end of this year of math, how are you going to determine whether it was a success or not? Is there a particular data that you're going to be looking at to say, hey, we really did the improvement that we set out to do, or I guess we got to retool because we really didn't get a benefit from the year of math. What
So-
is the end state, I guess, we're looking for?
I think we have a variety of data sources that we can go ahead and utilize to see if the year of math was effective. We have our common assessments, K to 5, and I know that we're looking to build common assessments moving forward in 6 through 12. We are instituting the NWA MAP resource, as well as our PSSA scores coming out for this next coming school year, I guess is how I should say it. So based on those based on those data points, I think moving forward, it will allow us, as we did in our Summer Math Academy, to really target and focus on areas that we still need to build on, because it's our first run. You know, anytime you do something for the first time, you always have to have those reflection points to go back and, you know, see what worked, see what didn't, and then build from there. I'm excited because of the dynamic nature of the topics that we will be covering with our folks, and the excitement that's already building because they've been through that Math Academy experience. The feedback was phenomenal. So I'm looking forward to not only getting our students excited, but encouraging our teachers to be excited to learn more, dig deeper, and push further.
Mrs. Winchell and Dr. Lansbury, similarly, I and other members of the team share your excitement about the year in math. And next year may be the year in math 1.0 or 2.0, so we'll keep it going. But in addition to what Mrs. Dunmire is sharing, they were so thoughtful about involving our school leaders in our math professional development or math walkthroughs. And so another measure, in addition to the assessments and quantitative data, is to see how much progress we've made around how our school leaders, both principals, assistant principals, interventionists, have pivoted in their supports of teachers using observation and feedback tools around mathematics. You may recall last year when we had our school leaders present, when we thought about our problem of practices, more than 90% of the schools actually had some sort of math challenge that they were working on. So we're excited about what is to come for next year, and we'll certainly have some measures of progress. Yeah.
The academy that involved teachers of grades 4, 5, and 6, how many teachers did you work with on those 3 days?
On those 3 days, we had approximately 30 participants, and we worked for 4 hours each day.
And that represents, were teachers required to attend that, or was it offered to them and any of them that wanted to?
It was voluntary for them to
Okay.
attend. We started reaching out towards the end of May, and I sent several reminders encouraging. We did have some of the participants who had reached out towards the end of July and just said, you know, I forgot to respond. Is it still possible? And we said, absolutely, please join us.
Mhm.
So
Oh, that's great.
every building was represented in some fashion or form. So
That's great. And the follow-up with the book, you know, together going through that book is a great follow-up to continue that. I didn't understand the answer to Jason's question. So every teacher K through 12 that teaches math will be at those in-services or has the option to be at those in-services?
no, they will be at those in-services. That's our curriculum department plan. Again, the reason that we are looking to include everyone K through 12 who teaches math is so that we have those takeaways that I had shared at the very end with the common vocabulary and just general direction.
Great, very good.
Other questions?
Thank you.
We just got done talking about an arts club. Is there a math club or something like that where students could get together and maybe even have some peer tutoring or whatever they might have, contest or whatever? Is there?
From what I understand, there is a math club at the high school. I'm not sure about the middle school or at the elementary level, but it might be something for us to pursue. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Next under information is 4.04 Summer Learning Lab highlights, K through 8.
So good evening again. I have the pleasure of sharing some highlights from our Summer Learning Lab. This is my 5th year in Mill Creek. It was the first year we had the opportunity to offer this. The goal of Summer Learning Lab was to provide opportunities for our students to increase their self-efficacy and confidence as learners, and to provide them with continued grade level opportunities to secure proficiency of that learning and prevent further loss. You know, the typical summer slide and COVID slide. Next slide, please. Here's some highlights. It was for our K to 8th grade students. We held it at their home school if possible. Obviously, you guys know with all the construction going on, there was some movement around. So you can see there our Chestnut and Bell Valley students were at JS, and Westlake students were at Walnut because of the construction. It was our MTSD teachers and our students. We were fortunate that we had enough teachers show an interest that we were able to have our teachers with our kids. And there was the day, we had 12 sessions starting July 29th, or July 12th. It should say July 29th. I apologize for that typo. We had 12 sessions. The day was 9 to 11:30. For the elementary setting, it was a self-contained setting. So the teacher had the students for the 2.5 hours. Middle school, they switched based on certification because we had ELA and math teachers. So our enrollment, this impacted a total of 348 students, which we were really excited about. You can see the breakdown there by grade level. Next slide, please. And here was our staffing. We had 5 at each grade because it was 1 teacher per building per grade for elementary. And then there were the 2 ELA and 2 math teachers for each grade based on the 2 middle school sites. That was the total number of instructional hours that were available to our students. You can see it was an even split at 6 to 8, 15 and 15, and a little more focus on ELA because of the time needed to cover what we wanted to cover there for our ELA students, or our students. This was the average attendance. So thinking about how nice it was in July, the fact that our students that were enrolled were there, but if you average the two, about 10.3 out of the 12 days, which is pretty impressive, seeing as all the time, energy, and effort they spend learning throughout the year, and then to come back and be there on those 80-degree and sunny days for a couple hours in the morning. I commend those students for that. And here are the slides where we're going to get into some of the benefits that we saw. So here's our math data. This is the average increase from pre-test to post-test for each grade level. And when you're thinking about the instructional hours that they had to make gains in that limited time was huge for our students. They had a pre-test and post-test, obviously, that was based on our eligible content at each grade level. We really narrowed the focus through identifying the high-level standards that we wanted to hit. And again, each grade level showed progress, some better than others. But seeing that positive move in that short amount of time was something we were very excited about. And then ELA, we saw some huge gains with our primary students, but we saw gains throughout our K to 8, which again, we were excited when you think about the limited number of hours that they had instruction to show that type of improvement. Again, hats off to the effort of those students and to our teachers and to our admin for their focus on the Summer Learning Lab. K to 1, we focused on our phonics, high frequency, and fluency. 3, 4, 5, excuse me, again, phonics, fluency. Those are foundational skills for our students. And we used a pre and post test tool that is called the Maze. It is part of Acadience, something we used during the school year. And again, I keep coming back to the gains and that positive movement we saw in such a limited time with those students. So that brings us to already thinking about next year. We're not even on our through our third week of school, and we're already thinking about how we can improve this plan for our students. So we're going to look at dates, times, location, the budget, teachers, resources, all those things that are on there, and how we can make this first year of Summer Learning Lab even better for our students K-8 next year. And we'll start in the spring like we did this year with hosting for teachers, identifying our students in the building, sending out invitations so everyone has ample time to prepare. Overall, an excellent job by Mrs. Dunmire and Mrs. Olette leading the development of this, our teachers and our teachers and our administrators for continuing to work during that time in the summer when, you know, there's normally not students in the building during that time. So that was a big shift for our elementary folks, and I can't thank them, and our middle school folks, can't thank them enough for their effort. And again, seeing that growth in our students with that limited amount of time gets us excited for what we're going to see from them this year.
Mr. Orlando, how many of the 348 students were actually virtual that never stepped foot in the building?
You know, I can get that. I don't have that right now. It was a small percentage, but I don't have. I want to give you an accurate number, so if you, I'll get that to you in the next day or so.
I just wonder if there's a correlation between progress for the virtual folks compared to the folks in person.
And we didn't break it down. We can definitely look at that.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding Learning Lab?
I have a question related to slide 8. I don't know if you're able to go back to that slide or not. Slide number 8 was the numbers math data.
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you first, what do you think is the reason that the numbers are so different? I mean, they go from 5% up to 24%. What would you say is the main cause of that variance?
I think there's different factors. In discussion with a couple of teachers, some teachers identified they had students that were a little higher in their group, and that could lead to that. If you already have a student that's coming in that's a little, has a stronger history of performing, they're probably going to gain a little bit faster. It could be the efficacy of the teacher as well. There's a lot of factors that go into that, just like it would during the school year.
It just, as I look at that and look at the grade 6, 7, and 8, which seem to be, you know, a little bit more consistent, you have to think about the people that are teaching math in grade 6, 7, and 8. And for the most part, those are people that is their specialty. You know, you and I have had the conversation before about teachers in grades 4 and 5. And I mentioned before that the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics is a really strong proponent of departmentalization in 4th and 5th grade level because of, I think, exactly what you're seeing here. I think when you ask teachers to be experts in all areas, it makes it much more difficult for them. That's a heavy load for a 4th or 5th grade teacher to carry, having to be a specialist in ELA and a specialist in math. And those are both very heavily tested and heavily discussed. Are we making any moves in that direction?
As you and I have discussed, when we're looking at our new resource adoption, our year of math, we're working with our elementary admin team. One of the key factors there is staffing and having the right people to departmentalize, because it's having the right people on the right seat on the bus. If you've ever read Good to Great, very good book. We need to make sure we have the right people. And in elementary, there's not a math certification. And we all know that. They're certified to teach all subject areas, most of them K through 6. Some of our younger folks coming in have the new certification. And it is very challenging. I did it myself, teaching 4th and 5th grade for 6 years of my career. I did it both ways. I was self-contained and I was departmentalized. They both hold their challenges. It's something that we're continuing as an elementary team to look at. One of the things that Dr. Roberts and I have talked about is not everything is right for every building. So it's different based on staffing. And as you and I have talked about this year, certain buildings are really, they would have liked to departmentalize, but staffing, they have 4, 5, 6 maternity leaves, and there'll be people coming in and out, and that makes it a challenge to do so.
I just think that it's something, since when you have a national organization that is suggesting a way to help out and something that works, they're certainly making their decisions based on research and so forth. I understand the staffing issue. Then what are we doing in order to get the right staff in the right place? Because I feel that if we had a room full of 4th and 5th grade teachers here, and you asked them about the ability of focusing on just ELA or just math, I feel confident that that would be something that they would be willing to do because of the fact that it allows you to specialize, and then you're teaching that to multiple classes. If we don't have the staffing in some buildings, what are we doing in order to make that happen?
The year of math is the key. We want to make sure that we're providing professional development. And if we have folks that are feel uncomfortable teaching a certain subject area, we hope that that would be communicated with the building admin, with us, so we could provide the right training for them. I did have conversations, obviously, with each building. Some of the teachers, when we discussed departmentalization, were in favor of it. Some were against it. One building, and the teachers asked not to. And I'm trusting our building leaders, knowing their people the best, better than any of us could, because they're there every day, that they're making the right decisions in their school for their staff and for their students. Our job is to make sure we provide each of those teachers with the tools necessary to be effective and efficient in delivering whatever they're teaching.
If I may weigh in, Mrs. Winchell and Mr. Orlando, thank you. Certainly, when we think about, and I support the sort of our thinking around getting input from our building leaders, as they have some knowledge about their individual context, but also want to uplift and echo Mrs. Winchell's observation around the National Center for Teachers of Mathematics. It's probably one of the most credible organizations we have in the country around math. And we know that they have pointed out that when we think about benefits of departmentalization, there are 4 things that stands out to me. One, there is mastery and content expertise, right, which is incredibly beneficial when you have departmentalization. 2, it offers opportunities for collaboration with teachers across grade levels, something that we're certainly looking into, especially as we think about our own assessment strategy. 3, it offers students the benefit of increased movement when they have to go from place to place. And then 4, it certainly allows our teachers to do a lot of sort of side-by-side comparison of how they're progressing as they're using common formative assessments. And so we are definitely going to continue to consider the importance and benefit of departmentalization, especially as we think about the benefits to those 2 primary content areas, English language arts and math. And we will, while there's a little bit of a pause right now, it's something that we will look deeply at in the coming months and next year. Currently, I believe, Mr. Orlando, we have at least 1 4th grade team that has departmentalized. And with the benefits that would offer us is some data, right? To do a comparative look at the school where the department departmentalized versus what happened in the school where they did not. And while it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison, because we want to take into consideration teacher quality, teacher experience, and the nature of the instructional program in the building, we'll have some benefits. So we'll have more than enough data in addition to building on the National Center for the Teachers of Mathematics, we will not ignore the value of the data and suggestions that they're offering. But we are pacing ourselves, if you may, under the leadership at the elementary school of Mr. Orlando, Mrs. Dameyer, and Mrs. Olet, for sure. Yeah.
Just quickly, one other aspect that would be something to consider is the fact that we are currently asking students at the elementary level where they're in a self-contained classroom to transition from one teacher to sixth grade, where they transition to 6, 7, 8, depending on what they're doing. It would also give them a very natural transition in going from self-contained to perhaps, 2 teachers or 3 teachers and so forth and going forward. So I appreciate that you are looking into that and giving it serious consideration. Thank you.
Most definitely. Thank you.
I have one observation about slide number 7 with the math data. I'm at a loss because you give me percentages here. I don't know where the starting line was. It says that we had an increased score, so 15%, 8%. But what if the class was already at a high level and they only moved up a little bit? Then they were at 8%, but they're outperforming the other grades at that level. So I don't have like a true understanding of what this graph really represents for educational value. I just know that they moved up from some point, whether it be at grade level, below grade level, up a percentage number.
So we can provide that. So I don't have that here, but if kindergarten, and these are just this isn't what the actual numbers are. I'd have to go look. If they started at 50 and went to 65, that would be the 15%.
But that could also enlighten us as to why one grade moved to 15% and one grade moved to 8%. Because what if that grade, let's say second, which is the lowest number here, what if they were already at a high performing level? It's harder to increase when you're already at a certain point. So while I'm looking at percentages, I have no true idea of what this percentage there is compared to the starting point.
So 2 thoughts. Thank you for that, Mr. Linda. That's a great observation. One of the things that we focus on is, in addition to proficiency, while we know that's important, we are relentless about looking at growth. And so while we may have a particular class that has, let's say, 22 students, all of whom are performing in the 90th percentile, if we can get them to the 95th percentile, then that's the measure we're going to capture. Our goal is to start to really focus on and capture growth of every student. In addition to looking at the growth around a particular grade level, one of the things we want to start to unpack for our teachers and even for the benefit of the board and public as necessary is the individual growth. And we have a number of data platforms that allows us to look at the measure of growth for students. Remember, our students are coming to us at varying levels of academic deficits. For example, at our high school, I believe it's at MIHS, one of the data points that leadership team has shared with us is that they've continued to look at how the highest performing and lowest performing students are doing in English literature. And what they have concluded is that there's not a significant amount of growth amongst those students. And so what have they done in response? To have more targeted and differentiated instruction to support those students so that we can measure the growth, which varies from student to student, class to class, and teacher to teacher. But we certainly can provide you and furnish you with that data.
I just don't want people to think that one grade is not putting in as much work or not seeing as much success, because they're not being measured the same way in the percentage number. Sometimes when you look at this, you just automatically say, oh, well, second grade is a problem
Yes.
grade. But that may not be the truth of this
Correct.
graph.
Yeah. And we'll
Document the
provide that. I agree. I don't want people to think that either.
I just, it's nice to see the growth, and that is great to know. But, if that's 5% going from 90 to 95th, that's a whole lot different than 15% coming from 60 to 75.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that takes us to informational item 4.05, Summer Symposium highlights.
Hi, thank you. My name's Mary Ann Olet. I am the K-12 Supervisor of ELA and Social Studies. I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to share with you what happened over the past summer with a real quick overview. So as you can see here on the first slide, our professional development plan has always been based on these 4 tenets. We are really encouraging any presenters, any people working with our teachers to ensure that they're promoting active engagement by actually implementing those strategies during the professional development. In addition, we have always integrated theories and models based on research. And finally, our newest focus is personalizing teacher professional development by providing agency options for teachers who can identify an area of interest or stretch opportunities. I share that with you because before I get into the summer symposium, I need to share this symbol with you. As we got started making our professional development plan for the next several years, we wanted it grounded in something that was meaningful. And so we started with our mission and our vision. And as you can see here, we have a symbol that reads Learner Core Competencies. And in our Mill Creek M, we have communicating, thinking, personal, and social. Those are the areas of learner core competencies that we'll be developing over the next several years. It's from this symbol that we planned out this year for Summer Symposium and the school year professional development, and for the year 2 and year 3. I need to tell you a little bit more about this, though, before we move on. Dr. Roberts reminds us often that whatever we decide to do, it needs to be grounded in a clear and compelling why. And our compelling why is our mission and our vision. And it's helping to remind our teachers and our administrators and let our stakeholders know that we are here to accomplish what the mission and vision shows. This symbol, when we see it, is that reminder for us that every day when we come to work, we're working towards those learner core competencies. We're working towards them because we're here to build foundations for life. We took a page out of one of our elementary schools. It's really hard to get things to stick. And sometimes you have to plan things out very carefully to ensure that that happens. About 21 years ago at Tracy Elementary School, Mr. Denny Libra started a campaign called Tracy Elementary, Where It's Cool to Be Kind. And I remember that. I remember how motivated he was and how he had buy-in from his staff. If you go to Tracy Elementary today, there is no doubt that you will know that that is still their tagline, Tracy Elementary, Where It's Cool to Be Kind. And why did that happen? It happened because of the buy-in. It happened because the people who were there believed it. And so our learner core competencies, we believe this. This is our mission and vision. We want to make sure that people are reminded of that. Why did it work? It worked because they talked about it every day, every year, all the time. We want this symbol out there so that we can remind ourselves every day how important it is what we're doing here. And why did it work? And Joe, you can go to the next one. It worked because they took the time to do a great plan and change things and bring attention to it. So you can see here our 3-year plan. If you go to Tracy, as I said, that's who they are. By the end of these 3 years, I want us to be what we see in that symbol. I want all of our learners to know that when they come to school, they're developing communication and collaboration skills. They're learning to be critical thinkers, reflective thinkers, and creative thinkers. And finally, that they have built personal and social skills in the area of self-respect, responsibility, and community membership. So I share that with you first because that's what started our journey for our professional development plan. Thanks, Joe. The first part of our professional development plan for this year was the Summer Symposium. As you know, Jen Dunmeyer and I held quite a few professional development virtually sessions the previous summer. This summer, it wasn't just the two of us. You can see here that we had 77 sessions and we had 192 participants. The 77 sessions were managed by teachers and administrators, people from some of the companies that we use resources from. So we'll go to the next slide. You can see here The Advanced Learning Partnership, ALP, was the core of the summer symposium. They spent 2 days with our teachers in grade bands for 3 hours, focusing on communication, collaboration, and how that could make learning more engaging for our students. We had representatives from Freckle, USA Today, Test Prep Haggerty. We had the intermediate unit come and provide staff development. And then you can see down below that we had teachers, administrators, and our PDIT coordinator supporting those 77 sessions. I did add in a few of the comments, and some of them were things that we had thought about, but kind of lost sight of. The one there about having more special ed opportunities. Next year, we're sure to have that. Another one about overlapping of grade level presentations. That was true. We had so many that there were some places where we just couldn't keep it clean so people could go. I want you to know that all of our sessions, except for the IU and a few of the companies, were recorded, and we have those available to our teachers. Here are the participants by day. You can see that day 2 we were at 163, but the other 2 days we're at 186. We had teachers from every building. We had new hires and veteran teachers and building administration participation. And we did digital badging, so we kept point scores for all teachers who participated. And I know Lori Spizzardi and Carissa Coppola are really close to identifying what the point spread is. And very soon, we are going to be displaying the digital badges outside their doors. That's for a few reasons. Well, first and foremost, everyone likes that sticker reward. It's acknowledging the hard work that those teachers put in. But it also lets other teachers and administrators know that if they have that gold or that silver, they spent a good deal of time in those 3 days attending the different sessions. If you didn't attend the summer symposium, or you attended and you were bronze and you'd like to be silver, we are still tracking digital badge points as they view the recordings that we made, and then they can let Lori know, and we'll keep adding those points up. And here are our next steps. We haven't stopped talking about communication and collaboration. We will continue to do that with school-embedded professional development, our in-service opportunities, which, as Jen told you, with the Year of Math, it's a discourse, which falls right into our plan. Any teacher requesting one-on-one or small group, PLCs, and of course, on-the-spot training. And we have our save the date, because we are going to plan this again, and next year we'll be thinking, critical thinking, creative thinking, and reflecting on thinking. So thank you for your time, and do you have any questions? All right. Well, thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Last item under information is 4.06, updates to the 2021-2022 USAD field trip calendar.
And this is just a very brief one. When the field trip calendar comes out the previous year, the dates and locations aren't officially set. At this point, their schedule for the year has been set, so that's been posted. Any
Great,
questions?
thank you.
Okay, Dr. Stoops was going to follow up shortly about the cyber enrollment question.
Okay.
Joe, if I could have that PowerPoint one more time to that slide, please. And within that PowerPoint is, I think it's that final, next to the last slide on the orange graph, and it does address, thank you. By grade level, our number of students participating in the Mill Creek Township School District Cyber Program, that is the breakdown by grade level that are participating in KOLA through that consortium, through different providers that we have. Comparison-wise, to break that down into this time, or where we stood last year, is a little bit of a misnomer and can be really misleading, because when I looked at last year's data, we were still experiencing the free fall almost from the students that were transferring from an outside cyber provider to Mill Creek's virtual capacity. So the numbers don't really attach themselves to any strong suggestion as to where we are this year compared to last, because a week ago this past year, the numbers, you would have seen a 30 student differential between them. So we might have started with, like, say, 220 students in Keola, but each week dwindled down significantly. It might be a better estimation to look at the end of the first quarter, because these 141 students are changing daily as well as the school year. We had 4 or 5 students today withdraw from Keola, and then we had 2 new enrollments into Keola. So the fluctuation is all over. This is just a snapshot of where we stood as of the end of the day on Friday. So the number, it's like watching the market, really. It's up and it's down, and really until the end of the first quarter would be a much stronger way to quantify what the data may be telling us about cyber enrollments. But here's where we stood. And we are undertaking the practice of assessing, getting some student and parent feedback regarding their experiences within Mill Creek Cyber. That too is coming at the end of the quarter.
I have a question. What would that have been looked like in 1920, like pre-COVID? Any idea?
Traditionally, we've run probably about 50 to 60 students that would be participating in a Mill Creek Cyber. That's pretty consistent. For several years, we held that number relatively steady in terms of Mill Creek families that offer out-of-district cyber, as well as Mill Creek students that stay within Mill Creek Cyber. Those numbers have both increased.
In Dr. Stoops, pre-COVID, as Ms. Capabianca just asked, is it true also that they were high in the 10, 11, 12? Is that always?
Correct. Yeah, that is that's a interesting observation. We have traditionally had much higher proportion of students 9 to 12 cyber than we have elementary. And if you go back, way back to probably 2008 to 2014, when we ran an extension of that at the Mill Creek Learning Center, we went 3 or 4 years where we didn't have elementary enrollment at all in cyber, or we would have less than 5 families a year participate in that. So going back even as recent as 12, 13, 14 years ago, minimal numbers. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Okay, that concludes the informational items. 5.01, questions from the public. Mrs. Sitter, do we have any?
I do not see any hands raised.
Do we have any additional questions from anyone seated here or in the room? Okay, 6.01, adjournment. Wow, this was a long one.
Yeah.
Wow. It's so exciting to me, though, I have to say, spending over an hour talking about instruction. Thank you so much.
It's been an hour and a half.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. May I have a second?
Second, Dean.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, how's everyone doing? Does anyone need a 5-minute break before we move to finance and operations? Is this could be just as long? No? Okay, let's move on. Finance and operations, Mr. Linder.
Thank you, President Winchell. Ms. Sitter, could you please have a roll call for us?
Yes. Mr. DePlacido,
Here.
Mr. Winchell,
Here.
Mr. Lindner.
Here.
Thank you.
1.02 is the approval of the agenda. I would like to make a motion that the Finance and Operation Committee approves the Finance and Operation Committee agenda with an amendment. This amendment is to change item 3.11, changing the Erie County Technical School resolution. This change will be for the Finance and Operation Committee to recommend the Erie County Technical School project resolution. And we are doing this as a requirement because this project is due for bid and a result prior to the end of the month, and we need to get this answer to the technical school in a timely fashion. Mr. Senate, do I need to read through the entire?
You do not. We'll do that at the time we address it.
I'd like to bring that forward as a motion to change the agenda.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That being said, I'd like to bring the amended agenda forward to the board as a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item 2.01, the Finance and Operation Committee meeting minutes of August 9th, 2021. I'd like to bring those forward for approval as a motion.
So moved, Gary.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. This evening, we have 11 action items. Mr. O'Toole, if you would like to start us off on item 3.01.
Thank you, Mr. Linder. 3.01 is a resolution that was drafted in order to eliminate the interest or the penalty, the 10% penalty for real estate taxes collected in November and December. If you recall, we discussed this in August as an informational item at our committee meeting, and this was the resolution to bring forward as a result of that.
Thank you. I would like to bring this item forward as a motion as its own, since it has to do with the taxes. So I'd like to put it forward as a motion. May I have a second?
Second, John.
Any discussion on that topic?
I just want to thank Aaron and the office for reviewing this opportunity. I know last year we did that during COVID, and still, I think it's the right thing to do at this point. So appreciate that.
Hearing no further discussion, I'd like to take a vote on this. All those in favor say, like to take a vote to bring this to the board meeting for the 27th of the month. All in favor of bringing it forward, say aye.
Aye.
3.02 is a second step SEL for adults. So would you like to speak about this one? And then I think I can give you a little break for a few moments.
Absolutely. So 3.02 is a second step. It's a 5-year contract for social and emotional learning for adults. If we recall back in that same meeting in August, Dr. Joe Jablonski actually gave us a presentation in regards to the importance of SEL for adults, and he had the data supporting that at that point in time. This is the agreement or the quote for a 5-year cost associated with this program.
Thank you. I would like to go on and talk about a couple other the next items, and then I'll bring this forward as a block with the rest for discussion. So item 3.03 is a Title I service agreement with Erie City School District. This is the final allocation for costs associated with Title I services provided by the Erie School District for 11 Mill Creek Township students. And this agreement was previously approved on 9/28 of 2020. Item 3.04 is a preliminary Title I service agreement with Fort Leboeuf School District for 21-22. This is a letter of agreement between the two districts to provide Title I services for 4 Mill Creek Township students for the academic year 21-22. Item 3.05 is a preliminary Title I service agreement with the Erie City School District. This is a contract between the Erie School District and Mill Creek Township School District to provide Title I services for 7 Mill Creek Township students for 21-22. Item 3.06 is the accounts payable report for August and payroll for the period of August 27th. 3.07 is the Mill Creek Township School District activity account officers for 21-22. This is updated for the account officers for this current month. And 3.08 is Mill Creek Education Foundation's grant awards. The MEF awarded $7,170 in grants for the August grant cycle. They awarded $2,000 for the Free Enterprise Club startup at McDowell, $970 for math stackers at Grandview Elementary, $850 for the yearbook camera equipment at MIHS, $1,500 for the action-based learning professional development at Bell Valley Elementary, $750 for the Safe, Organized, Accepting, and Respectful initiative at Grandview, and $1,100 for the marching band supplies at McDowell. I would like to make a motion to bring this block forward to the September 27th board meeting. May I have a second?
Second, Gary.
Any discussion on any of these in the block? I do have a couple questions. Mr. O'Toole, the SEL Second Step program is going to be funded with ESSER's funds.
That's correct.
But this is a 5-year contract. How is that going to work?
So we're going to fund the first 3 years of that through ESSER's funds, and then the remaining 2 years, given the fact that it's after 2024, will be funded through our professional development budget.
And this is a voluntary program for staff. They can opt in and opt out at their will.
That is correct.
That's all I have. So, any other discussion on those topics? Hearing none, all those in favor to move forward to the board meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm going to take the next 3 items individually, as they are big topic items, and I can expect some discussion. Mr. O'Toole, would you like to, or Mr. Gallagher, if you'd like to talk about item 3.09? This is the HRLC architect agreement for the baseball and softball field study.
Yeah, so after the last meeting, I think it was in August, we talked about me getting some quotes, some proposals in order to do a study to determine the best location and some cost estimates for the baseball and softball field. So this is an agreement or a proposal that we're recommending to bring forward in order to perform that study. I was only able to get 2 proposals. The other proposal cost was $32,800, and HRLC's cost was $19,850. And then the third one, I was trying to get Doll Camper, but it didn't work out. They didn't call back. So so these are the 2. The options we were looking at, just to sort of go through that, I have that in the description there, but it's to construct a baseball and softball field at Hanlon Complex, which we had already done those construction documents before, but this would be looking back at the code requirements, making sure we're still good with that, and then ultimately seeing through the study whether that one makes sense over the other 2 options or not. Option 2 is construct a baseball field at Mill Creek Learning Center and still do the softball field at Hanlon Complex. Option 3 is to construct a baseball field at Walnut Creek and softball field at Hanlon Complex. And then option number 4 is to look at a multi-purpose field at Walnut Creek specifically. That could be a combination of softball, baseball, or maybe doing them back-to-back and doing a football field or something like that where you put the softball and baseball on either side. And then looking at cost estimates for site lighting. And then if we wanted to go the route of deducting from doing actual turf to doing a sod surface, that would be included as part of the study. So this was the proposal that's there. I think that was everything that we had discussed before as far as options and what we want to see at the end of the study. So by the end of the study, they'll give us a recommendation, or really they'll give the pros and cons of every site with cost estimates, and then we make a decision if we want to move forward with going full construction documents for one of those sites.
What's the time estimate?
As far as getting it completed, the study?
Yeah.
You know, I didn't look into that a whole lot. We do, as part of this, want to do a couple of investigation at all 3 sites, which would require a subcontractor. They don't do it themselves. So they do an infiltration test. So we would push them along as quickly as possible, but we also don't want to rush it. So it would be getting that stuff scheduled and going from there. But I know we're kind of in
You say they do core samples?
Yeah, they'll do core samples as well. And then, yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Are we sure all those core samples are covered here no matter what they need? Seems like we get one of these things, there's also something that
So
we need to do. at a later
he
date.
called it an infiltration test, and I assume that's a core sample test. But he said that's all you would need. And honestly, Chris Coughlin with HRLC was saying In his opinion, he would recommend you do that first, because you may rule out 1 or 2 sites immediately. And then at that point, he was willing to even credit back some of the fee if he didn't have to do a full design. Say the Learning Center comes back and the soil's no good, he would then come back and say, hey, you know, you didn't pass this test, it's not worth moving forward with the full study.
And he would also look at grades for, you know, where's the stormwater going, or
Yes.
sewer.
Yeah, and he's going to work with Mike
Restaurant.
Sanford again, who already went through the township with our last design at the Hanlon complex. And then, like I said, they would re-review Hanlon and do all of that stuff.
At the other location.
Yes.
Similar to that.
Yeah.
Will they also do any renovation estimates? Will Chris do that too? At each of the sites, there's
Yeah.
something there now, can have to be renovated.
Yeah, he's going to look at everything that would be required. Yep.
Is there any reason to ask, especially up on the creek area there, for putting something else? Oh, I'm sorry. Or relocating something that's there now for future use? I'm thinking up there.
If we displace a field up there, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, if there's something there now, right? So do we want that capability somewhere else? Is that something to think about, or is that?
Well, I tell you what, Chris is very flexible with all of this. And so I think the idea at Walnut Creek, correct me if I'm wrong, is to use the larger field. That was the site we were looking at, which, to be honest, Chris's first opinion was that's your best bet. You could do a multi-purpose there, or you could just do a baseball field. Are you talking about possibly moving that elsewhere?
The need to move it elsewhere. put it that
Oh,
way.
okay.
I'm not sure that it does or doesn't need moved, but that's a consideration. We ought to think about it anyway.
I think overall, if you're talking about the MYA fields that are currently sitting in the creek.
Yeah.
So I think if that is the proposed location, that's when we would start those discussions with MYAA in terms of finding an alternative solution for those smaller fields where a lot of our property is more suitable. Because most of our property currently, we don't have enough acreage in order to have a full entire baseball field, but we would be able to address smaller fields.
Would we owe them that capability?
I don't believe so. I'd work with Attorney Senate to really look at our lease that we currently have there. But I do think it would be in the best interest of the community at whole to at least look at it before we make that determination. So we would be discussing that in further detail with the board at a later date, should Walnut Creek be the destination.
Those are some of the hard discussions that we probably should get ahead of time before we start the process.
Agreed.
Okay.
Well, and I guess with the study, the idea in my mind is to get some of that information so that then we can keep moving through what all this means if we do this site or that site. So that'll all be answered as part of this.
And I'm sorry. As far as the electric, they'll look at what's out there, whether it's enough service and how much the service is. Would
Yeah.
potentially.
Yeah, he included that as part of it, so.
I know we've gotten a little ahead of ourselves here because we full on in discussion, and Attorney Senate, thank you for letting us organically have that conversation, but I would like to get us back on track and make a motion to bring this item forward to the board at the end of the month. I have a second for that.
Second.
And then continuing that discussion that we've had on this subject. Obviously, there's going to be all the necessary water retention, code reviews, all that's going to be captured to say, here's what our estimated total cost of construction should for each scenario.
Yes.
So Mike, realistically, by the time you go out and do everything, really looking for probably 23 season, you ready to go? Or late 22?
I think before we were talking like 8 months. Yeah, I would say if we approve this at the end of the month, and the study goes well, and then we make decisions relatively quickly, I would say 8 to 10 months, we'd be able to get it actually done.
Yeah.
And then obviously if we do the turf, then, you know, as soon as it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
If we do something else, now you got a little bit more time with sod or grass.
Okay.
How do we get the ball moving with funding? How do we get some either corporate funding or other donors that would be interested in contributing to this? Because if we wait until March for April, then it's going to be too late. Mr. O'Toole.
I can discuss funding a little bit further. So, you're speaking on behalf of sponsorships or advertising. We could start to work out an advertising campaign in the meantime, but I mean, that's going to be immaterial in the in the relationship of the overall cost. Specifically, as the next item that we're talking about, we do have some people that are interested in providing some support, some donations, but I'm not. I'll have to create that dialogue with the coaches in terms of what the interest would be for a baseball or softball field donation in relative to those areas. But we do have advertising. I know that they currently sell it. From a booster club standpoint, we could discuss, can we expand upon that? But really from a funding standpoint, you're looking at two areas. Is the bond issue that we already provided, well, three areas. The second bond issue that we anticipate going out and issuing, or our capital projects fund. So those are your three major areas.
I'm thinking more of corporate sponsors or private donors that, you know, want to donate a lot of money. The advertising after the fact, you're right, it's just a drop in the bucket to the overall cost.
Yeah, most of that advertising budget, the boosters like to get that to fund their projects too, you know, uniforms, travel.
I think primarily what Mr. Dean's suggesting is, are we looking at donors for naming rights? Are we looking at opportunities for specific enhancements related to a private donor or an individual or corporation? And how are we, or the coaches, how is the district trying to identify those to see if that is a potential opportunity?
We're at the infinite stages of that. We've already established a structure in terms of what that would look like. The one big piece of that is, I mean, donors are a different story as compared to naming rights. Your naming rights, I mean, you're really talking about foot traffic, right? In terms of what that would look like. And we need to kind of put together the numbers of what the Hanlon complex as a whole, what that volume is as compared to with Gus Anderson Field. We have a general idea from our gate receipts or our participation. So that being a community complex is more appealing, but yet again, it's more difficult to provide a quantitative number for it. So we are in the infinite stages of trying to put that together in terms of a more larger fundraising push.
There's significant foot traffic at the MYA fields up there, as well as regular traffic at the old Asbury there. So there seems pretty significant. You know, hundreds of cars drive by 38th and Asbury every day. I'm one of them.
So we just recently received a call from, well, not recently, months ago, received a call from the township. That traffic that is going from 38th Street, we're not allowed to, by township variance, to advertise or put anything close on those fences facing 38th Street. So that prohibits some of our capabilities of generating additional fundraising. We're really strictly speaking on behalf of what would be visual for those individuals inside the complex itself.
Okay. That limits you significantly.
It does. Which is why those advertising signs that used to be on the fence are no longer there.
God, yeah, I saw that.
Any other discussion on this topic?
Nope, just one step forward.
All those in favor of moving it forward to the school board meeting at the end of the month, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Our next item is item 3.10. This is HF Lens Company agreement for the McDowell High School renovation engineering services. Embedded in it also are some feasibility studies, and I'll let you speak more to what else is included in this document.
Yes, so going forward, looking at 2023, that's what we're talking about now, is starting to get the design fees set up and starting to work on the construction documents for 2023. So going back to that, we are looking at doing the high school and Tracy. So this is specifically for the high school. And like Mr. Linder said, there's a couple of feasibility studies that got included as part of this proposal. So I guess I'll start out with the fee itself. So it comes out at about 4.2% of the estimated construction cost. Now, looking at my numbers for the estimated cost, it comes out to about 3.7%. The reason I bring that up is that's always the question of making sure that we're getting a good price on our proposals. Because we only solicited one proposal for the high school project. And the reason for that is because that number was very appropriate for all of the projects that we've been seeing so far. So just as a reminder, McDowell Intermediate, we went out for 6 proposals there. HF Lens was the lowest at 3.7 or 3.8%. The rest of the 5 companies were all above 4% and included some exclusion or extra cost added after the initial contract was signed. We also have a good working relationship with HF Lens. As everybody knows, we've now done 6 schools with them. And so this would be 2 more added on to that. I will point out that we will be moving, as part of this proposal, we were looking at working with Clark Patterson Lee instead of HRLC Architects. That was the decision that was made. Just it made more sense for a project of this size. They also did a very good presentation on the feasibility study, which I'm going to touch on here in a second. And then that was HF Lens's alternative choice to work with when I asked them. So looking at the proposal cost here, we have the usual scope of work focusing on mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. So they gave an estimated cost there, $13 to $15 million for an MEP renovation. That would include adding air conditioning to the high school. We've always talked about doing that, so that's part of this proposal. And then the second part of that is doing a feasibility study to look specifically at certain areas of the high school and actually also the McDowell Intermediate. So this all started because the auditorium currently is not being used. The lighting is old. The lighting is very dim in there. It's not a very usable space. They've used it as storage for quite some time. So as part of this project, we wanted to make sure that was made usable. So it started out as, all right, we'll renovate it and turn it into another auditorium. Well, after you start talking about that and you realize we already have a very nice auditorium down at McDowell Intermediate, putting a bunch of money into the auditorium didn't seem like a great idea. So that sort of snowballed into talking to the high school administrative team, talking to the different architectural firms. And as part of that, we're proposing that we go through a feasibility study to see what we can use that space for. So looking at interactive spaces, expanding some of the spaces of some of our current programs, moving some rooms and programs around. That would all be part of this feasibility study. So there's a cost associated with that embedded as part of this proposal. And then it would also include, if we were to make an option or make a decision to move forward with some of those options as part of that, it would go up to a construction cost of $5 million to be added in as part of the project. So that's also included in here. And then we had an additional, as part of that feasibility study, I was informed that we were going to look at doing a new entrance to Gus Anderson Field, which I'll let Aaron speak to in a minute. That's also included as part of the feasibility study. And then it also includes the construction costs associated with that if we choose an option to $2.5 million to be included as part of that. So I know that's a lot, but all of that is in here. And the main reason for that is just, ideally we would do a study first, and then we would go back, and then we would do a construction. But because of the timeline of where we're at, and we know we're going to do the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing portion of this, because this was what we were slated to do, we felt it was important to keep the entire process moving. We would certainly use the same design team if we moved forward. And then they have language as part of this that if we weren't to move forward with the feasibility study and choose an option, we would pay for the study, and then we would get refunded the fees associated with the $7.5 million for the other 2 items, which would be the entrance at Gus Anderson Field, and then the $5 million we slated for relocating some curriculum spaces throughout the high school and possibly McDowell Intermediate High School. Questions on that?
So I would like to first start by making a motion to bring this agreement forward to the board meeting at the end of the month. May I have a second?
A second.
And now discussion.
So Aaron, on the, so this money's for this project in the original bond issue?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you go in a little bit more detail about the entrance to Gus?
Yeah, we've actually had a couple of donors who are reached out to us, or they've been working with our coaches, combination of interested in providing some funding to address cosmetic needs to Gus Anderson Field and or the scoreboard, which has kind of sparked a bigger want out of this, which is how can we address those wants, given the fact that our facility isn't up to par to what a lot of the other 6A schools are. A lot of our coaches, as well as booster clubs, would like to be able to see us address that facility and put a little bit into that with fundraising. So as we do have some sponsors that are willing to donate money related to that, we're suggesting that the board approve a study where the district would cover the study cost, to have a general idea of what those cost estimates would be, to give us a goal for fundraising, what we would need to fundraise in order to address those wants.
Aaron, how old is this skinny?
That turf's about 8 years old.
So it's kind of running out of its life too, right?
And we have the funds already, as you might recall, that on an annual basis, the gate receipts, participation fees, portion of investment income are all earmarked annually to replacing those turf fields, both at Hanlon, and we have over $1.5 million in that fund right now. So we already have the money available to replacing the turf.
I'm just saying it's about 8 years old.
It is.
It's got a few years left.
And it's in great shape. We did discuss that a little in further detail. We believe that we could get at least a couple of years, if not longer.
I have an ask, because I do agree that it is in the district's best interest to do the feasibility study for Gus Anderson to set a fundraising goal. But I would appreciate if we could have that as a separate standalone so that it's not mistaken to be part of the overall project. So as we come through for funding for the high school, there's not, in the event that some of us are not here, the true intention of what this was by the board enacting it, we could see clearly that that project was to be fundraised for.
Okay, so that's just for Gus Anderson?
Just for Gus
You're
Anderson.
good for the feasibility study for the rest of it, for the auditorium and all that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, so the feasibility, I'm good with all the feasibility studies in the program that relate to the high school itself and MIHS. I would just ask that we would have a separate standalone feasibility study and cost contract for the football stadium that the district would pay for, because we are the ones projecting the vision of what we want for that stadium, and to give that document for the boosters clubs to fundraise towards.
Would you want the construction fees as part of that or not at this time?
The construction fees would hopefully be funded by the boosters and the donors that would be.
So just a
fundraising.
feasibility study?
Just the
for-
feasibility
Okay.
study for this point, because that's what, we're painting the picture of what we want.
Okay.
Yeah, I concur with that.
And this might be a little into the weeds. I know that the funds for McDowell are definitely going to be part of a new bond issuance, correct?
That's correct, and I'll give an update on that at the end of the month with our board summary, or our board reports, month-end close reports. But yeah, after MIHS and Walnut Creek, which are scheduled to start this upcoming summer, it's really going to be a cash flow between projects, because we're going to have multiple projects going in 2 years, two
Where I'm
summers.
going with this, Mr. Toulis, Tracy and McDowell will be theoretically our last two schools to be completed. They're the last in the order.
You have Asbury as well.
Okay, so Asbury's the summer after?
That's correct.
Okay. Because what I was going to suggest was that we look at making these facility improvements from the feasibility study as add alternates, which would give us the levers to get the bond target right on the number, because it's a $5 million spread. We looked at it in that fashion.
Agreed, and that's
Get to the
part of.
structure, but that's maybe a little further down the pike, but that might be important to identify with our partner at HF Lens that we may pick and choose from these 5 feasibility studies to progress with.
I'll be able to kind of address that a little bit further at our board meeting as well at the end of the month in terms of how to utilize the capital projects fund to be able to give us some flexibility in that second bond issuance. Because again, at this point in time, logistically and the cost of, inflation is with products and materials, for us to predict 4 years, 5 years from now is going to be very, very difficult.
It's kind of why I was targeting those as levers for us to utilize if needed. Any other comments or discussion?
Is this really a 2-year project for all this construction?
For the high school?
Yeah.
No, it won't be a 2-year project. It'll
Construction will be
at least
phased and
3
start
years.
summer
2025?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be correct then. Yeah, 2023 through 2025.
Yeah, a couple of years.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Item 3.11 is the Erie County Technical School Project. And do you want to walk us through the technical school project resolution as presented to the district?
Which is the addendum that you have at your place. The resolution that we're asking for approval is for the renovation of the VOTEC building with building costs of $29.6 million, architect and engineering fees of just under $1.8 million. Fees already paid about just under $700,000, furniture and equipment just under $1.7 million, and a contingency of $2 million. Which brings a grand total of $34.4 million is the resolution for us to move forward at the VOTEC in regards to the VOTEC construction, excuse me. And I refer to Mr. DePlacido in terms of when they would expect that project to start in terms of if the bids are accepted, timeline.
There's can't remember it offhand, but it's going to be starting in the fall. Well, late fall, and 2 years, a 2-year project.
Our allocation of that $34.4 million, again, as we had passed a resolution months ago, that was regards to our max was $9.9 million, and we wanted the capital funding formula changed to state that at a very high level. This is all predicated on the market value, the current existing capital funding outlay. And our percentage is 35.3%, which is $12.1 million.
I would like to make a motion to bring this resolution forward to the board at the committee of the whole meeting immediately following our committee meetings this evening.
I'll second.
Discussion.
So I know, Aaron, we talked many, many times about this project, and John, I know you're the representative, but I know the sticking point was always the formula. And so, John, with this, the formula does not change, correct? Or no intention of changing into the future?
Who knows about the future, but for this purpose, the other boards have not listened to our request to lower the percentage of fees up there from our construction formula to our operating formula.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. We have made many presentations.
Just some historical information here. Erie County Technical School was formed in 1968, and it has utilized this capital projects funding formula for the past 53 years. And I know that we have made multiple requests to have this formula updated. We have yet to receive a counter proposal of any format from the other 10 districts upon our numerous requests here. And to put that in perspective, a few years back, we did request that the operating formula was changed, in which they changed that formula because they recognized that that formula that is 53 years old was not appropriate any longer. And it is my opinion that formula is not appropriate for the capital project either at this time. We've said that we would fund up to 9.9 million at 35.2%. Should they be willing to change the formula in the future? And we did not get an answer on that. And that is personally for me disappointing. And instead what we got back was a project that now is $2.6 million higher, or $2.2 million, excuse me, higher than what we as a group initially vocalized that we were comfortable with. I do recognize that there's a need for improvement at the tech school, and that I support funding a project, but it has to be equitable for the Mill Creek Township School District. And in its current format, I don't believe that it is. I will vote tonight to move it forward so that the entire board has an opportunity. But at this point, I do not believe that if we voted on its merits, that it would make it out of Finance Committee. So that being said, I will refer to my colleagues and then give the whole board an opportunity this evening.
Well, I think the numbers are correct, the dollar numbers. I think we also have to keep in mind that that is partially our school. We own partially the percentage, 30%, whatever's on the deed. And these are our students going up there, about 170 of them out of 600 or 700 total students. And I think the needs of the building are such that this is, the project is warranted. We all know that this particular bid will be null and void at the 28th of this month, a couple of weeks. If we ever do this again, you can probably realize that the cost is going to go up. And I'm not sure honestly, any percentage decrease on our part will even cover that. Prices are going up. There is a need here to do this work. It cannot be brought out in sections and blocks where we can, do the electric separately than the plumbing or whatever, because of the how it is up there. It's a single building. Once you tear down in a certain area, you have to do the rest of it. That's the way it just has to be. The items within the project are similar to what we're doing in our school. There's 30-year-old equipment in there, and it needs fixed. So while I agree that the numbers may not work to everybody, I do think that this is a project that needs done. And it's not going to get any cheaper. And this is, I don't know how it will work if we don't pass this. I just don't know how, in fact, we would get this any cheaper than we're going to get it today. We've tried our best to make sure that we get a decrease. That didn't work, but we did try. So
I would counter that, John, with two comments. One, I would gladly fund this project if we had a commitment to change the formula moving forward. Just because we tried, I'm not going to kick this can another 30 years down the road for another board to be in the same bind that we're in today. And two, this project can come down. They do not need to add 25% square footage to that building. They need an MEP renovation. We have not expanded any of our buildings as a part of our bond project. We have gone in, we've taken our existing structures, and we have done the MEP renovations to bring those facilities up to scale. If they truly want this project to go, in my mind, they either need to meet us somewhere in the middle, or they need to put it back to the drawing board and just do an MEP and bring the building back. There's no, we can get it down. It doesn't have to be this big.
I'll just say that, I know that you keep getting blamed or finger pointed as being the obstructionist in this deal, but we had said many times, we'll go ahead with this project. Just change the formula for the going forward. And it's just hard, that project was 30 million, then 27 million, now 34 million. I mean, there's a lot of money being fluctuated. We came with a solution. We came with the hybrid model that Aaron put together. We came multiple times with, hey, let's work with us. Let's try to provide a solution. And, just said no. And, I believe that this project is needed. This will probably be the last project that, for many, many years. But this is the opportunity to get this changed to more fair and efficient way for all of our stakeholders, all of our constituents also. So I'm with Mike. We'll move it forward and let the board decide. But I'm not in favor of that.
Just
move it forward, though.
for the public's interest, I don't know if Attorney Senate could give us the kind of the basis of what we talk about when we say the formula. What actually goes into the formula that's being used now for capital projects?
Right. The articles of operation that were drafted and revised, and the last draft was in 1995. But has in Article 4 a capital outlay and lease amortization rental formula. And it says participating school districts shall share in cost of capital outlay and building rental. Such districts shall share costs proportionate to market value of real estate as released by the State Tax Equalization Board on the preceding June 30th. Non-amortizing rentals shall not be deemed a capital expenditure, but shall be deemed a current expense. And I will defer to Mr. O'Toole in regard to the State Tax Equalization Board formula, or if you need further.
I just want to know what part of the formula, or in response to Aaron, makes this unfair for the Mill Creek School District?
From what we've been discussing is that the difference is you're talking about your market values of the properties within your district in comparison to all the other districts in Erie County. That's where the current formula exists. The argument that we've been making forward is our participation percentage. So that current market value is at 35% and has been declining over the last couple of years. Our participation in the VOTEC itself is roughly 21%. So that difference of paying a 35% share of the renovation as compared to how often we're using it of 21% is what we've been, is the discussion that's been had based on the formula.
So the capital improvement formula is really based on our ability to pay versus the other district's ability to pay.
That's correct. As the state funding formula is articulated for your funding that they're willing to reimburse you, Mill Creek has a much higher market value for which they're able to tax in order to pay that bill.
But the counter to that is other districts get significantly more state funding and federal funding than we do. We rely heavily, as Mr. O'Toole would say, on our local taxes. So 60 to 65% of our budget is our local tax. So we rely on that. Other districts, 30, 25% of their local funding. So they get significantly more funding.
Well, because they get significantly more funding because they don't have the local funding to establish that. If Mill Creek is in a better position, they're going, economically speaking, from that formula, we are going to get less funding from the state and federal government because we have a stronger local base. If another district doesn't have that stronger local base, then the state and the federal give them more funding. So I guess I'm still struggling with how this is unfair. I agree it's different than our participation rate, but if we looked at our ability to pay versus districts who have a lower ability to pay, then how is it unfair?
Don't they get equalized though by giving that additional funding? They get brought up by getting that additional funding, but we still rely on that tax base always to make ends meet.
But when you go to a capital improvement project such as this, it's not that the state and the federal are going to kick more dollars into that district to fund this. They are going to have to come up with the funding themselves by bond issues or whatever.
As are we, right?
Sure. But we have a stronger ability to do that. So I guess I don't understand the unfairness. I agree with the discrepancy between participation and our ability to pay, but I don't see it as being unfair.
So effectively, we are subsidizing the other districts because we can pay more.
Sure, that's the way the world works, I think. There's a higher tax rate for people making more money than people making less money. That's because they have a better ability to pay. I'm I'm just trying to understand, so people out there understand that this funding formula exists because of the reasons that you stated in the formula.
And I'm countering that with formula that was designed 58 years ago. Doesn't hold as much weight as it probably should today. We looked at the operating and we have a variety of, this formula should probably be a mixture of participation and capability of payment. Not just purely who can pay more, pays more, but it's a combination of utilization versus ability. As opposed to just, you can pay more, it's your problem. Doesn't matter how much you use it.
Well, and I would agree, Mr. Linder, that we've had this same discussion over and over and over and over again over the last several months. And we are looked at as the bad guys that won't budge. But really, when we talked about the 9.5 million that we were willing to pay, there was no budging on the other side as far as scaling back the project or making modifications in the project. And really, they are really doing what they're accusing us of doing, of not budging. You know, it's not that we're saying it's not important. It is important to renovate. But what we're saying is the cost is too high, and the burden that we are asking our taxpayers to shoulder is very difficult and needs to be addressed. And really, nothing has changed in this conversation over the last several months.
I have a question. Should I ask now or do I wait for the?
It's open discussion, Mrs. Kapkan. You can ask now, or we can have at it at the committee of the whole meeting as well.
Sure, but go ahead.
Okay, well, the contingency plan, it says it's 2,000?
2 million.
2 million, I'm sorry. What does that mean? Is that a safe number? Like, will this number go up for us when you get into this more than the agreed upon, even though that contingency is in there?
I'm not well versed in the Erie County Tech Plan itself, but what I will tell you is from a contingency plan standpoint, like we, even with our MEP projects, not even adding additions such as this, we do have our own contingency numbers as well for the unforeseen circumstances. As we've discussed, a good example of that is we've discussed what BIU, the inspectors coming in at the last minute and saying, you know, you need to adjust this or I'm not going to allow the building to give you an occupancy permit. I mean, you don't have a choice at that point in time. You have to move forward with that. And it's impossible to ask architects or engineers to be able to understand everything that's happening within the walls. So there could be something that they've missed because they're not fishing through the walls that see the full piece of that. So is 2 million itself too high of a number? I mean, I do think that you're going to need a contingency plan.
Aaron, it's 5.8%.
Okay. Yeah, I would say we use 2%, and we've been coming in at less than that for our projects.
And that number was brought down. All these numbers were a lot higher than they were and decided to bring them down because they were too high. Is that number firm? No. Hopefully it's going to be a lot less, but it's a contingency.
It is a concerning number, though, at 5.8%. And I would, if Mike was still up here, I'd ask him if he was comfortable with that, knowing that it is new structure coming out of the ground, marrying to an existing 1968 building. Old renovations of that age have a lot of unsuspecting or undiscovered issues in them. And then when you need to build into the ground next to a building, there's a lot of in-the-ground costs that is very variable at that moment. So 5.8 is lower than I would recommend for a project if I was running one in my professional capacity. I would probably be closer to 7.5.
Yeah, I have not looked at the plans, but hearing what I've heard from contractors and these discussions, yeah, it sounds like that building is very old and there's a lot of asbestos in there, I believe, or not as much. We hope there's not.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
You gotta open up the ceiling.
But yeah, Mike's right. When you start building next to another building, that raises another whole level of stuff you could run into.
So what would happen, Attorney Senate, if we agree on a certain amount and it goes over?
Well, this is the amount you agreed to. This
Okay.
is the project cost you're agreeing to. They'd all have to come back to you. They'd have to go back to every board, because that's what every board, except for Mill Creek and Wattsburg, has approved. In addition, the Joint Operating Committee awarded the bids contingent upon every board approving this number. So this number's set as far as the Joint Operating Committee is concerned, and as far as the majority of school boards out there that have already approved the resolution.
But to give you a more definitive answer, if it came in under, as John, or we would like to hope, there would be a return to the individual districts at their percentages. If it came in over, you're not going to leave an unfinished building. Every district is going to have to put the money up because you're not going to have a non-usable structure that you just put $34.5 million into. So whatever the overrun is, it will get signed off on. I've never seen a project stopped after that type of investment.
What is the reason Wattsburg's not, at this point, hasn't committed to it?
I think their meeting is this week.
If there's no further discussion, I'd like to ask for a vote from the Finance Committee to move this forward to the Committee of the Whole meeting immediately following the Personnel Committee meeting. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There are no informational items this evening, correct?
That's correct.
Making sure we didn't get at any extent. Questions from the public? Are there any hands up, Ms. Sitter?
I see no hands that are raised.
Okay. With that being said, I'd like to brings us to item 6.01, adjournment. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the.
Second, Gary.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to our last committee meeting, Personnel and Policy. I'm sorry. What's that? Okay, so let's, Personnel and Policy Committee, Ms. Mathenta.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, Mrs. Sitter, could you please take a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Busco had to leave. Ms. Capabianca
Here.
and Ms. McClendon.
Here, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. 1.02 is it's approval of our agenda, and we do have a change. We have 1.02, approval of agenda and amendments. I'll make a motion.
Second.
Oh, I need to make a motion.
Or did you make
Oh,
a
no,
motion?
I have to read it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. The Personnel and Policy Committee approves the Personnel and Policy Committee agenda with an amendment in addition to item 3.11, the September 2021 Personnel Board Report, and it is a hire for the MIHS principal. The justification for this is that we just concluded the administration just concluded the interviews, and we would like to have our candidates start as soon as possible. So, ready to make a motion? I'll make a second.
You want me to make the motion?
No, just a second.
Oh, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion approved. 2.01 is the Personnel and Policy Committee meeting minutes from August 9th. I'll make a motion to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
And it passes. 3.01 begins our policy updates. All the policies, 3.01 through 3.10, are updates to current policies. There aren't any new ones. I'll start, and Ms. Mosley, if you want to jump in at any point, please jump in.
Absolutely, thank you.
So first we have 3.01, and this is policy 006, and this is our meetings. Just so you know, anything that's bolded is new in the policies. Obviously, anything red that's been struck through is taken out, and the green is the changes from Knox Law Firm. I think I have that color coding right.
Correct.
So we have added our parliamentary authority. Our procedures will be parliamentary procedures at a glance will be our primary source. with Robert's Rules of Order as our secondary source when we run our meetings. The notice of our meetings will be given on a schedule for the calendar year. We usually get them all at once in January from Mrs. Sitter. The district is going to publicly post the agenda for all open meetings of the board or board committees at which deliberation or official action may be taken, and those will be placed no later than 24 hours prior to the time of the meeting. As you go through, you'll see some of the various changes. We've listed out the order of business, any additions to the agenda that happened later after the agenda was posted, like tonight we've had 2 of them. We will be stating what that justification is, why we're bringing those late.
If I could just add that that whole language there on page 3 is the new law in regard to amendments of the agenda, identifying the 3 potential circumstances which you don't have to, where you can take action without amending your agenda, and then other circumstances where you're adding a matter to the business process that we went through tonight.
And those 3 where we don't need to take action or add to the agenda are the emergencies, business arising within 24 hours, and business raised by a resident. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
And if I could just add for the board as well, under agenda notifications, the 3-day piece that you see in that opening sentence, which will be beneficial to the board as you in the past may not have had presentations that were going to be given in advance. They are now included, and you will have those when the agenda goes live. So that's a nice change for the board as well.
Yes, thank you very much. There are some additions to absentee, anyone that has to abstain, why you would abstain in the process. And going to the last page where we have our committee meetings, visitors are able to address the committee meetings on the agenda topics within a time limit of 5 minutes. And then our operational guidelines, I'll just read some highlights here. Presentations will be made regarding necessary board decisions. Under character of board meetings, presentations will be made regarding necessary board decisions to be made, business office matters such as bills payable and the treasurer's report. It's the administration's responsibility to present recommendations supported by information. If a majority of a board is not ready to act following an administrative recommendation, the president should ask the directors not prepared to vote what further questions and/or information needs to be presented. And this helps our administration know where we're coming from as a board, know what specific information they want. Administrative and study recommendations. And if anyone, this basically states if you have any one director would like more information on a particular topic, you need to have a majority of 5 other board members who also see that as something that's important before we ask the administration to go ahead and move on a special study or a research request. Anything else you guys would like to add? And that was policy 006 for meetings. 3.02 is policy 146.1, and this is the trauma-informed approach. And this addresses the effects of trauma in order to meet the academic, behavioral, and professional needs of our students and our staff. You'll notice as you're going through board, where you'll see we've added the X's to the spaces on the things that the processes that we're going to follow. We've added number 8, the threat assessment policy and practices that focus on understanding a student's background in order to appropriately assess behavior and address the student's needs. This is going to be, the person responsible is the Director of Student Services. And I do have a question, as I noticed in other policies, and this we can take it up during discussion, we talk about the trauma team approach. So I'll have some questions on when that team is called into action, and then is a student who's pulled in front of them, is there any type of, besides notification, appeal process or anything like that? So just some questions, because I noticed that a couple of different policies have had that language added in.
Awesome. And we will be prepared to respond to that. Also, in October, we will be bringing forward the new threat assessment policy, which is a new required policy. It is still being reviewed by Knox, and we'll have that in October.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mosley. 3.03 is policy 218.1, and this is weapons, which are obviously not allowed on property. And you'll notice that we have expanded the definition of weapons, and that term shall include, but is not limited to, any of the following: guns, firearms, knives, cutting instruments, cutting tools. Nunchucks. Metal knuckles, straight razors, razor blade, noxious, irritating, or poisonous gases, poisons, bombs, missiles, chains, metal objects, replica of a weapon, or any other tool, instrument, implement, or object capable of threatening, harassing, or doing bodily harm. So it's not just limited to that list. And then if there is an issue, and this is where I talked about the, under delegation of responsibility, when the behavior of a student is in possession of a weapon indicates a threat to the safety of the other students, employees, they will have to report to the threat assessment team in accordance with the applicable law and board policy. So that's where I'm looking for more information on what that process is, and can they appeal? Is a decision final? What happens to the student when they go in front of the threat assessment board? 3.04 is policy 246, and this is our school wellness. Obviously, the district supports all student wellness through proper nutrition. And as you're going through the policy, you'll see under the different headings, we have checked off a number of the things that we're going to do. This includes nutritional promotion, physical activity, physical education. I would like some clarification. We have under foods, obviously all the foods have to be nutritious. We do have an exemption for certain fundraisers, and then competitive foods. Ms. Mosley, if you could just kind of briefly touch on what are competitive foods, and then how we're exempting fundraisers.
Yes, so our competitive foods are those items that are not the standardized lunch program meal. They are the things that you would typically think of as like our a la carte type items that students can buy as, one or two single items, not an actual designated meal.
Okay.
And regarding the fundraiser exemptions, we have kept this language there because, as you know, many of our booster groups, our PTAs, et cetera, use food fundraisers as their sources of income. And while it is recommended that that be eliminated, it is something that is a longstanding practice in our principals when working on this revision. Really feel strongly that we want to maintain that as an option, again, with the parameters that we've established, but, not taking away and prohibiting any food as a fundraising source.
So like when your French club is selling candy bars.
Yes. And there are limited times, as you know, by our former policy that limit when those windows for fundraising sales that involve food can take place. It is on a calendar that is determined for the year. And, we follow that calendar to ensure that we're not overlapping, but that we're also only offering it at certain times throughout the year that we designate.
So our students still can continue on with their fundraising. And then we talk about classroom parties, which we do have. They are allowed certain snacks, and we want to provide, along with any sugary snacks, a fruit or vegetable and fruit juice. 3.05 is policy 247, and this is hazing. Hazing and all hazing type activities are prohibited at all times. This will define hazing, aggravated hazing, and this includes students. Hazing is not allowed for each student or any type of student activity, student clubs and whatnot. And again, we have the threat assessment team language that has been added to our hazing policy. There are fines for hazing. They are $100 fine, and is this a first? It's $100 for a first, and then a second up to $250.
Yes, if it is
or more
appealed
for
and
all.
goes to a board level formal hearing, the board can assess the fee at $250. Those are fee amounts that we already had in policy previously. They've remained the same.
3.06 is policy 249, and this is bullying and cyberbullying. This bullying obviously it is prohibited, and that can includes both inside and outside of our school settings. And we've added the threat assessment language to our bullying policy. 3.07 is policy 252, dating violence. Again, we've added the threat assessment language, and this policy is for dating partners and any type of dating violence. 3.08, policy 805, our emergency preparedness and response. The board shall provide facilities, equipment, training, and all the training necessary to protect against hazards and emergencies. We've included definitions, school safety drill, school safety and security assessments. The board will direct the superintendent or his designee to periodically complete our school safety and security assessment. And Ms. Mosley, do you have anything in particular for that policy that you want to add?
The only other piece really that's a new addition is adding that if we would need to have any kind of, emergency communication, that not only would we post it by web-based, mailed lessons, et cetera, or instructions that would need to go out via local TV, but that we would be using alternative sites. Those sites have been designated, and we do have MOUs in place that Knox has helped us secure for those locations. We do not publish those locations so that our student safety is always paramount, but those MOUs are in place.
Thank you very much. 3.09 is policy 805.2, and this is our school security personnel. The school board shall employ, contract for, or assign staff to coordinate the safety and security of the school district, its staff and facilities. We talk about our school police officers and our background checks. Ms. Mosley, would you like to talk about the additions for this one?
Yes,
first?
and I'll actually just highlight now, if it's okay, kind of the whole threat assessment component that you see.
Yes.
New this year is the requirement to have a threat assessment policy in place, which dictates that we will have a threat assessment team established. We have established that team. It is a district level team that will be going through a 12-module training that PDE has published for us to be certified. In addition, it requires us to, as you can see from these policy revisions, to track certain behaviors that would require us to activate our district level team. The district level team works collaboratively with building level teams, and those building level teams are brought into action when they have a student who has committed one of the acts that would require that. We will be utilizing our software package that we already have in place, Navigate 360, formerly Navigate Prepared. We've been using the threat assessment module to track all of our threat data for our students over the last 2 years. So it's not a new practice for us. We were just a little ahead of the policy. So we will continue to monitor those. And as you know from your end of the year safety report, you do see that data as well. Relative to 805.2, the big pieces are, highlighting that if we are working with, a law enforcement agency, that they will comply. That's a new piece that was not included. And that does apply to any of our school security officers we might have, any school resource officers that in the future we may employ, or any school police officers which we may employ. We currently have 2 SSOs, which are school security officers, and are looking to hire the replacement to our 3rd. We do not have any school police officers or any school resource officers.
And our SSOs are all armed, correct?
They are,
They are.
yes.
And SROs are not usually armed, is it?
SROs would be those officers that we have contracted with in the past from the Mill Creek Police Department.
Okay.
Because we are in that municipality, they are the law enforcement agency that we would partner with.
And a little bit off is, do we still have the walkthroughs that go on? I know, I used to see them parked outside of Asbury. I drove by frequently, and they would do a walkthrough. Do they still, is our Mill Creek Police Department, are they still doing things like that?
We
when they
have been
can?
doing it at a much different pace over the last year and a half with COVID. One, because of our visitor pieces, and, recognizing that folks from the outside coming into our buildings, it's been different with COVID. Also, to be in alignment with the police department's interactions during this time, but they still do go on, but at a much less frequent amount than pre-COVID.
Okay, thank you. And the last policy is 3.10, and this is our policy 903, public participation at board meetings. And obviously, we recognize the value of our public participating in each one of our board meetings. Ms. Mosley, would you like to take this one as far as what some of the changes are for our public participation?
Yes, so it does address that the public comment period, when that is ended, that, if that's going to extend, we would, need to act to do that. Also, that a speaker must submit a form to the board president prior to them speaking. That citizens can be at the podium for a limit of 3 minutes following the formal 5-minute speakers that have signed up in advance, and that they, may not use specialized equipment to address the board. That they will additionally, number 7, they will consult with the superintendent and make appropriate safety or logistical arrangements for the meetings if required. And that the final piece there, that there will not be place cards or banners permitted in our meeting rooms.
What we do allow, I think we've had it in the past, if you do come up and speak and you have a handout for the board particular, you can hand something out to us directly.
Yes.
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley.
Thank you.
Would like to bring forward 3.01 through 3.10 together, bring that forward for the board meeting at the end of the month. I'll make a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, so we will be moving that forward to the end of the month. Next, we have 3.11, and I do need to add a motion for 3.11, and this is our policy and personnel report. The motion is the Personnel and Policy Committee approves item 3.11, September 2021 Personnel Board Report, specifically approval of the MIHS principal as noted. And that is a change of status. It's our assistant principal to principal. It is an under the Act 93 agreement, and it is effective tomorrow, 9/14/2021. The remainder of the personnel report will be approved to move forward to the September 27th report for the board for full board approval then. So the assistant principal position to principal position is moving forward to the Cal meeting tonight.
That's correct.
Would you like to take the policy, sorry, not the policy, personnel report, or would you like me to, Melody?
You can go. Yep.
The Personnel Committee reports are September 13th, 2021. For Asbury, we have a resignation of an educational assistant, and we have a recommendation of a child development pre-K assistant. We have change of statuses for the 2021 academic educational assistants. We have 2 of them, an educational assistant for the library, and an educational assistant to the library assistant, and a child development to the assistant group supervisor. We have a leave of absence at Asbury for an academic educational assistant and a special educational assistant in life skills. At Bell Valley, we have a resignation of a Title I educational assistant and a second resignation for a Title I educational assistant. We have a recommendation for a certified school nurse, and this is a temporary professional contract, and a recommendation for a special education assistant, and this is an emotional support. We also have a change of status for the 2021-2022 Title I educational assistant. At Chestnut Hill, we have a recommendation for a second shift custodian. We have change of status for a 2021-2022 Title I educational assistants, and we have 3 of them. We have a child development to an assistant group supervisor, and that is Grandview to Chestnut Hill, and a staff nurse moving from Bell Valley to Chestnut Hill. At Grandview, we have a recommendation for a child development group supervisor. We have change of status for the academic educational assistants, Title I educational assistants, and special educational assistants for emotional support. At Tracy, we have a retirement for an elementary teacher in grade 2 after 15 years of service, and an elementary teacher in grade 1 after 26 years of service. Tracy has a change of status for an academic educational assistant and 3 Title I educational assistants. We also have a change of status for a special educational assistant to autistic support. At JS Wilson, we have change of statuses for a 2021-2022 English language learner educational assistant, special educational assistant to autistic support, and an ESL teacher, MIHS to JS Wilson and MIHS. At Walnut Creek, we have a recommendation for a second shift custodian, change of status, child development to assistant group supervisor, McDowell to Walnut Creek, staff nurse, McDowell to Walnut Creek. At Westlake, we have a retirement of a custodian after 14 years and one of our grade 6 teachers after 28 years. Ridgefield, Sarah Reed, we have a change of status, special education assistant to autistic support. At McDowell, we have resignations of a special educational assistant, life skills support, and a special educational assistant, autistic support. We have recommendations for a second shift custodian and an educational assistant. At McDowell, we have a retirement of a secretary after 20 years and one of our social studies teachers after 20 years. We have resignations of our school security officer and a recommendation of an educational assistant to the library. Change of statuses at McDowell, a third shift custodian to a head custodian, MIHS to McDowell, child development assistant group supervisor, Walnut Creek to McDowell, staff nurse, Grandview to McDowell, and school security officer, JS Wilson to McDowell. We also have a leave of absence of our staff nurse. At the Mill Creek Education Center, we have a resignation of our 2021-2022 activity supplementals academic challenge. We have recommendations for substitutes in child development for the assistant group supervisor, child development to pre-K assistants, child development in group supervisors. We also have some first student activity, and it looks like we have 4 new hires, which is good for the bus drivers. We have our 2021 board-approved volunteers in tennis, robotics, and cheer, our 2021 department chairs in art 9 through 12, art 6 through 8, and music 6 through 12, our 2021-2022 activity supplementals, our STEM coordinator for 6 through 8, class sponsors grade 12, Model UN, PA Junior Activity Science at Walnut Creek, PA Junior Academy Science at McDowell, Key Club at MIHS, High School Choral Activity Director at MIHS, School Store Advisor at MIHS, our sports supplementals, football middle school assistant at Walnut Creek, varsity baseball coach, water polo boys assistant coach, and temporary professional contracts to professional contracts, and those are listed out. Finally, we have a change of status for the 2021-2022 McDowell Mill Special Education Assistant Autistic Support. Okay, I would like to make a motion to move that forward to the end of the month.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
That is everything for our personnel report. Ms. Sitter, do we have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry, 4.01. We have an informational item, and it is a discussion on our anti-nepotism.
So the policy is the anti-nepotism 304.1, and the policy that's on the agenda is your existing anti-nepotism policy without change. And I realize that there was some discussion in the past in regard to this policy, but it was just a roundabout discussion without really any direction that we got from the board and as to how you wanted to proceed. And I think Mrs. Mosley contacted PSBA, and we asked them for a policy for anti-nepotism, and they don't have one. We did also, I think Mrs. Mosley acquired a couple other policies from other districts, and we reviewed those policies, and they really didn't add anything to our existing policy. So we're really looking for direction or definition as to how you want to head in regard to the anti-nepotism policy. Is there something you want to see? I think in the past you have seen, we made changes to that policy over the last few years because it was A, cumbersome, and B, required a third-party involvement, which was not realistic and didn't work out in the end run. So I think we modified that policy based on those things. So just looking for input and direction as to how you want to proceed.
Attorney Senate, Mrs. Winchell had submitted some things that she was interested in. I think that they were passed on that she would like to see in, I don't want to steal your thunder, Shirley, so feel free to jump in. That she would like to see, or at least not maybe see, but have it considered for the policy. Using the IU when you're interviewing maybe family members, and they would not what should be a direct report, but you'd never have a direct report be interviewed by their family member. But utilizing that IU when we might be interviewing someone who is a relative, close relative of maybe a board member or administrators, things like that. Shirley, you had some
So
other
I'll just
specific.
give you a little background before you get started. I mean, I know that we had talked about this at the one meeting, and I did say that I would go to the IU5. I'm the rep, and talk to Brad Whitman, and Brad came back with a recommendation what they would do. And Shirley, I don't know if you just, that's how it all started. This was a dialogue that Brad had came back with us with some ideas of having that third party. I know it's challenging with Erie County, but Brad put together a recommendation what they would, could help us out with. So
I thought in looking at their policy and the conversation that you had with him was a policy that's a compromise of all of those things, in that it's not cumbersome. It is something that would be very easy to utilize only in situations when the applicant is applying for a position and they're related to a school board member, a commissioned officer, a management level employee, and so forth. One of the things, whether we like to admit it or not, Mill Creek, there is the perception out there, whether it's a true perception or not, there is a perception that we have been and still are a good old boys network. And becoming as transparent as possible is the only thing that we can do to battle that. I am not suggesting that family members should not be in the district. Some very fine employees of our district are related to others in the district. That's not the problem. The problem is the process that we use has to be above reproach, and it has to give protection to the applicant, candidate, the new hire, whatever it is that you want to call that person, protection that shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were chosen based upon their qualifications and not based upon who they knew or who they're related to. And so the suggestions that I made, and I think you just handed those over to Attorney Senate, are not based on any problem with anyone that has been hired. The problem is with the process, and the process being clean, above board, transparent, so that it provides protection to all, to us as a district and to the people that are applying for jobs.
Thank you, Mrs. Winchell. I will add to that, certainly share with the board my really brief sentiment. I have certainly been in receipt of a number of sort of communication, whether it's via email, phone calls, or in person, by individuals who work within and out the district and who are stakeholders in the community. They've expressed some of the same concerns. I believe that we have the ability and opportunity to have a process in place whereby we can review our current nepotism policy and to put one in place whereby our hiring practices will be above reproach. And certainly as we reconsider our nepotism policy, we are thinking and should be thinking about how do we eradicate to a great extent favoritism, conflicts of interest, or any feigned loyalty that may be pervasive in the district at this time when we are hiring. We want to always hire the best and brightest people to serve our district. Sometimes that will mean that, to your point, they are related to someone else in the district. That is fine and should be totally acceptable, but I think it's important for us to review the policy and see what processes we need to put in place as we work along with our Director of Personnel and that team to get a solid structure in place.
I'd just like to share with everyone here, just basically what the IU5 would work here. It's an alternative interview process. Whenever an applicant for any assignment or position has a family relationship to the board member, a commissioned officer or management level employee, an alternative interview process will be utilized. First round interviews would still be conducted internally within the Mill Creek Township School District interviewing team. Ensure a scripted questionnaire with interview questions utilized and adhered to for all applicants. Questionnaires should contain a rubric with model answers by which applicants shall be evaluated. Rubric scores should be utilized to determine the top 3 candidates. If a family member applicant is in the top 3, follow these steps. 1, engage with IU5 to conduct second round interviews. 2, IU5 will need copy of resumes of all second round applicants, copy of job description for the position, and copy of first round interview questions used. 3, IU5 will create questionnaire of second round interviews and conduct them. 4, IU5 will make a recommendation for a hire based on rubric scores for the second round interviews. And 5, recommendation is then given to the superintendent that then meets with the candidates and makes the final decision. So they're just being an independent third party that would interview them with a separate set of questions, realizing the first set of questions set their own rubric to that, and then just provide that information back to the superintendent. So I think it takes a lot of pressure off of the interviewing team, especially if they're wondering if someone is looking over their shoulder.
I would agree with you, Gary, and Shirley. And I think it also serves a better purpose, is it makes sure that we got the right candidate and that they have the credentials. They're not just using their friendship or relationship to get the job.
It looks like Ms. Rebecca Liddell has her hand up. I don't know if it's for this or for the.
I think we would take her under the question.
Okay, under the question.
End of the question.
Right, any other comments on the discussion?
So where we would go from here, I guess, is try to incorporate this information into this policy, have Dr. Roberts take a review of that and the administrative team and bring back something for the next committee meeting to consider.
Yes, that sounds like a fair next step, if it pleases the board.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next we're moving on to questions from the public, 5.01, and I believe we did have someone with their hand up.
We do. We have Rebecca Liddell. Rebecca?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. I have one, maybe 2 questions related to section 3.10 under the action items. I've been talking with a couple people in the community, and there have been some concerns about security issues with public participants having to disclose their home address before speaking. And so I was curious if the form that was mentioned that needed to be filled out before participating in public comment would actually involve the person either writing or typing their address instead of announcing it during public comment.
I can address that question. We actually do have a practice in place where if individuals identify that they don't want their home address to be announced when they make their speech, we recognize that and we keep it on the public forum. We keep it internal, we don't publish it, and we agree with the speaker that they don't have to indicate their home address. So we are already following that practice at the present time. In fact, at the last meeting, we had 2 individuals who did approach us and indicated that didn't want to announce their home address, and they just used their name, and we recognize that. The only practice is or procedure is, they have to let us know in advance so we can address it. And I think the one individual sent us an email, and the second individual actually approached us just prior to the meeting starting and advised they wanted to do that. We said that was appropriate.
Okay, so so that leads to my second question. Would either of those requests, whether put in email or in writing, be subject to a right to know request?
Well, it could be subject to a right to know request, but it also could be subject to an exception to that right to know request, depending if it would infringe upon the security or safety of that individual under the right to know exception.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Senate, if someone was to make a right to know request, let's say somebody fills out their form, they don't want to say it out loud, don't we notify the person that there was a request made relating to them? So they would have that opportunity to voice their concerns too.
Right. Well, if we receive right to know requests, there's various processes. Number one, that document, whatever they're requesting, if it exists, we have to determine whether or not it's a public record in the first place. And then if it is a public record, then we look at that record is before our office. We look at it and determine whether or not it fits within one of the exceptions that would provide that the record not be released. And so we would do that. At the same time, we receive the public notice. If it involves a third party, we notify the third party, advise them there's been a right to know request in regard to a record relating to them, and allow them to comment and indicate what their position is in regard to that.
Thank you. Right, are there any other questions, Mrs. Sitter?
There are no other hands raised.
All right, then we'll move on to 6.01, adjournment. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Are you in favor? Yes.
Aye.
Aye. And that concludes personnel and policy.
Okay, thank you. Chris is on.
He is on.
Okay. Well. Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, September the 13th, 2021. Mr. Busco is now zooming into the meeting. If we could start, Ms. Sitter, with a roll call, please.
Yes. Mr. Busco.
Here.
Ms. Capabianca. Here. Mr. Dean.
Here.
Mr. DePlacido.
Here.
Dr. Lansbury.
Here.
Mr. Lindner.
Here.
Ms. McClintock.
Here.
Mr. Winchell.
Here.
Mrs. Winchell.
Here.
Dr. Roberts.
Here.
And Attorney Senate.
Here.
1.02 executive session announcement. An executive session was held September the 13th, 2021 for the purpose of personnel in the Louis Aliota, Michael Kabelka ongoing litigation against the Mill Creek Township School District and safety. 1.03 is approval of the agenda and its amendment, looking for approval of the Committee of the Whole agenda of September the 13th, 2021, with the amendments to add items under the Superintendent's Report 3.02 Erie County Technical School Project and 3.03 Personnel Board Report for the hiring of the MIHS principal. Have a motion, please.
Motion, Janine.
Second.
Second. Okay, any discussion?
Just again, the justification is the same justification as we reviewed it at the time of the committee meetings, that the Erie County Technical School needs to be added because of the bid issue, and that the hire has to be added because we just completed interviews and we want to hire that individual to start immediately. Same justification.
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Against, nay?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. 1.04, Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. 2.01, visitors. We did have one that had signed up, but since has withdrawn his request to speak. Any other speakers?
Yes, Rebecca Liddell has her hand up.
Okay.
Rebecca, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening. How are you?
Good, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It seems the spirited debates of this summer's school board meetings are merely a quaint pastime. I had the dubious pleasure of reading an alert issued by the Teachers Union, the PA State Education Association, titled Advice to PSEA Members Regarding Order Directing Face Coverings in Schools. The PSEA has made it plain that teachers and school board directors must make a choice, act as a deputy to ensure personal and student compliance of the masking order by going so far as to, quote, report and document students in attendance without face coverings, unquote, to their local association, or possibly face the following: multiple summary offenses, fines per offense, second-degree misdemeanor, removal for neglect of duty upon taxpayer petition, suspension of the superintendent's letter of eligibility, personal liability for willful misconduct, and/or jail time. That, my friends, is how state and now federal agencies neutralize and eventually eliminate locally elected leaders. We went from honoring our teachers as heroes for teaching in unbelievably difficult circumstances to now watching them and now the school board and/or threats of prosecution to comply with the order. Perhaps I don't have enough fire or verve to convince you otherwise, but I don't think anger will serve us, either of us in this situation. Instead, we must clearly define our goals and expectations on how to return the power to local citizens and by extension, their locally elected leaders. It's time we act as partners in a very specific choreographed dance routine. I will not cease insisting this team of 10 before me, who are intelligent and respected members of this community, unite to preserve the liberties we've enjoyed as a community of locally elected officials and citizens. Because of the complexity of addressing action items presented by each committee and the committee of the whole, the debate belongs here in our backyards, among our neighbors, friends, and families, not in Harrisburg and certainly not in Washington, D.C. Now more than ever, we can work together to keep this stance local. Thank you for the opportunity this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other speakers?
I see no other hands raised.
Okay, last call. Any other speakers? Okay, hearing none, we move on to the superintendent's report. 3.01 organizational chart. Dr. Roberts.
Thank you, President Winchell. This evening, I bring to the board for approval our updated organizational chart. Since we posted our most recent chart, which is on our website, we have made some adjustments and added positions. The board and public may recall that we have since added a director of human resources position. And some of the adjustments that we have made includes move-in items or positions around on this chart. So in terms of the aesthetics or sort of the visual offering, it provides a little bit more clarity about the positions we have in place and not necessarily to highlight 100% of our connections to a reporting structure. You will note that on the second blue line, we have our, what I consider to be our core executive team. And these are individuals who report directly to the superintendent. One position that ordinarily would be on this blue line, on this line as well, is the Director of Elementary Education. We have adjusted where it falls within the organization chart, as this person reports directly to the assistant superintendent. And you will see, while there are no dotted lines, you'll see a solid line that outlines that. Once approved, this organizational chart, as has been our practice, will be posted on the school district's website by the end of this week.
Okay, can we have a motion to accept this organizational chart as presented by Dr. Roberts?
Make a motion, Janine.
Second, Dean.
Discussion.
I have a question about the supervisor of math science and the supervisor of English language arts and social studies. I understand splitting them up so that one of them falls under elementary and one falls under secondary. Can you help me understand why? I would have thought that the English language arts would have been the one to fall under the elementary, since at the elementary level that is of course, everything we teach is important, but that is such a high-level priority at the elementary level. And then as we move into the secondary level, the math and science fall more into the priority. Is there a reason that it was chosen the way it is?
We believe that either one of these supervisors could have been supported by either one of our directors. Because across the board, K-12, each of those content areas, to your point, are equally as important. So there's no sort of scientific rationale as to why the reporting structure is the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Roberts, for example, the K-5 principals, there are two lines. One goes to Director of Elementary Education, and the other goes to the Assistant Superintendent. I'm reading it right.
That's correct. The K-5 principals are directly supervised by the Director of Elementary Education, but also co-evaluated by the Assistant Superintendent.
So there's two to report, they report to both.
They report directly, their immediate supervisor and coach is the Director of Elementary School. From an evaluation standpoint, we wanted to make sure that there's a co-evaluator or even some coaching from both the Assistant Superintendent and Director of Elementary School, because remember, our commitment this year is to make sure that as we look at goal number 2 of the superintendent's goals from last year, that 100% of our principals are receiving targeted and differentiated professional development and support. Similarly, our secondary principals, while they are reporting directly to the Director of Secondary Education, will also be co-evaluated by yours truly.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion, second, we have a discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, nay? Motion passes.
President Winchell, that ends the.
Nope, we have 3.02 under the superintendent's report is the Erie County Technical School Project.
Item 3.02, the Erie County Technical School Project. This item is brought to you for a vote and action.
Okay, let's, can we, let's take a look here. Hold on a second. So the Erie County Technical School resolution is the total project of $34.374940. And it's recommending the resolved by the Joint Operating Committee of Erie County Technical School that is recommending participating school districts and award of the renovation and addition projects be based on apparent low bidders and costs as of follows. And those bids expire on the 28th of this month. That's why we're bringing it forward for discussion and a vote this evening. So I'd like to ask for a motion on this resolution.
I'll make a motion.
Have a
approve.
second. I'm sorry, second?
Dean.
Okay, thank you. Discussion. I know we've had a lengthy discussion during the Finance Committee, but we could continue that discussion at this point before we have a roll call vote.
I just want to,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
just want a couple of other items that I was thinking about. The monies that we've been talking about, the difference, is really an opportunity. It's not that we losing it. It's an opportunity that we explore it. The normal payment of any capital project was based on the formula that we talked about earlier, and that is I'll call it the baseline. So we would have paid that anyway. What we've been talking about, the delta, the difference, is an opportunity to get from the construction formula to the operating formula. So that's the opportunity. We haven't lost that, but I'm just saying we would have paid the higher amount anyway. It's part of the formula that's been in place since 1969. Any rebid, any change in this is certainly going to cost more. We'd have to have other engineering, we'd have to have other fees, material costs are going up, labor costs are going up. It isn't going to get any cheaper than it is now. And also, if we don't do it, the maintenance costs are going to go up there. And just, the need will not go away. No matter how we vote today, the need will not go away up there. So it's going to happen. It may not happen tonight. I hope it does. It may not, but we'll be seeing it shortly because there is the need up there. It's not going away. And we have talked many times about the fact that we just can't get the other 10 districts, there's a total of 11 up there that are part of this organization, to see it our way. And, you know, we've tried and we've done our best. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands a no vote is not going to make the issues go away. They're going to be more expensive. So.
Can I?
I'm sorry.
Go
Chris.
ahead, Janine. Go ahead, Janine.
And I understand the statements have been made about cost and the formula and all of that, but I have to really think about the kids. And I know that our taxpayers are going to have to pay something, but these kids have been waiting and waiting. And if you've gone up there and you've toured that, not just toured the school, I don't mean look at it from the things that should have been done differently, like build another building as opposed to renovate this one, but go through it and look at it through the eyes of a student and what our students, no matter how many of them are, and all the ones in the surrounding areas, are going up there and where they're going to school every day and how it looks, and the safety issues and the updates that they need. And yes, we do pay more. Is it because of this? It's the funding formula and the size of our district and our tax base, and I get all of that. But looking at it from the student's perspective, these kids go up there and they go to school there and they walk out of there with the ability to get a job, a lot of them, in culinary, in hair, and they go into become a hairstylist or something like that, along with the electrical engineering, and they go on and do great things. And I think we owe them the type of environment to study that our kids have that aren't going to VOTEC right now. So I understand, and I understand the tax implications and the funding formula that might never get changed and all of that. But looking at, we've been talking about this for years, but looking about the same students, and I've known some of them who are now graduated, and they went through there for 4 years in that school, and they were always worried that we didn't care and we weren't going to pay for it. And yes, perception or not, that we're the big bad guys, but our students wanted to know why their board didn't vote to improve their school. And these kids are gone and they're going on and doing great things. But for what it's worth, I think let's think about it from the students too, because they're our kids too. I'm done.
Chris?
Yes. All I'd like to say is I am all for the VOTEC education. I think many of these kids that come out of there go on to great things. I'm in manufacturing. We're always looking for people. But the problem comes, we spend more time on the baseball field than we get to ask. We can barely ask any questions on this VOTEC project. We have no input. I know John is there and everything, but as a team, as we are a team, the board, we have not explained any of this to our public. And what we don't know exactly everything. And I think there's better options. And again, I understand, but we took a vote a long time ago and it was for the funding formula change. And so I have the kids do come first, but we also have to realize where the money comes from. If there's no money, but the VOTEC education is very, very important. And we need to have good input in there, and we need to make sure it's right, not just put a Band-Aid on stuff. And, 5 years down the road, we're going to be throwing more money away.
Chris, I would agree with you in that we've talked about this for a long time, but the specifics haven't been clear. I've asked repeatedly that we have something like a town hall meeting so that we could showcase exactly what what this $34 million project is going to mean, what it's going to look like, what the specifics are, so that our taxpayers could hear the presentation, ask questions about it, and give input. You know, when you think about how many emails we get, how many people we get coming to speak to meetings, isn't it odd that not a single person has spoken to us about the VOTEC? And I think part of that is because it's not out in the open. It's not being explained to the public. Here's the $34 million project. Here's what we're going to do. If Mill Creek is going to kick in $12.1 million, I don't know that we can sit as a board and make that decision for them and for that money without getting input from them. As I said, not a single email, not a single speaker, because I think a lot of people are not even aware that this is a consideration and that this is an expenditure that we are thinking of making this evening.
I think more people, not as many as might know about the baseball field. But there is a fair number of people that know this is going on because it'll be on Facebook tomorrow and We Are Mill Creek. They don't come to meetings and whether to say, I want this or I don't want this. But we have put it out there. It's on our agenda. We're not hiding this. If they don't come to talk, whether it's pro or con, and we know that the people that are going there want to go there and want this school to be improved. We know our board wants this school to be improved. But if they're not coming, we could have a town hall and I don't know, are they gonna come then? And then do we keep waiting for these people? I'd love it if more people were involved in our meetings. But the fact that they're not here, if they don't know about it, it's because they don't want to know about it. It's not because we haven't put it out there and it hasn't been in the news occasionally, hasn't been on Facebook. I mean, it has been in these places. The fact that no one's coming, I can't fault us for not getting people here.
I think she's talking about the representatives from the school, Maury County, right, Shirley?
That's what I had originally asked for, that there be a presentation by the VOTEC people to explain why these changes are needed, you know, and specifically what the changes are. I just think information, you know, we're in the business of education. I think information is always a good thing. And I don't know that we've given specifics as much. I think basically the headline in the news will be, you know, we either gave 12.1 million or didn't contribute 12.1 million. That's, but no real understanding of what that's going to.
We have had a number of, I know John's presented a couple of different times, and I don't remember all the specifics about what they were going to do up there. I mean, I couldn't go listening off the top of my head, but I know we've talked between roofs and walls and classrooms and getting kind of like we have, I don't know what they're called, with the interactive screens where the kid, where they can write on the board, or I've seen it at the MIHS. So I know we've talked about these different things over the course of the year that we've been doing this. I don't remember all of them now, but we have discussed them, and John's been our representative. I don't know why these people haven't come to talk to us, and I know that we've requested it. But I do feel like we've learned a lot. Everything, there's always more to learn. You can never have said that you've learned everything about a subject. But I don't feel like I'm going into this completely blind either.
So Shirley, is your concern, or whoever is concerned, that there is not the potential future for this school, or that they're over spending, or not enough eyes has looked on it, or what would make the difference for you to support the vote, is my question. If they would have came here and done what to help you make your decision and do your due diligence and make the correct vote?
I would have felt more comfortable with a presentation with the specifics of what they're doing. I would have liked some give and take with, you know, this has gone from 34 million to 29 million, back to 34 million. Like, this is real money. This isn't play pretend money. And you're talking about big amounts of money. Is there a way to scale it back? I can't even give you any indication of what could be scaled back, because I don't really know the specifics of what it is that they're doing or the rationale for why they're doing them. Several times I've heard people say that VOTEC education is important, and I agree wholeheartedly with that. But I've heard the question asked repeatedly, are they keeping up with what the industries and the manufacturing world wants? And I've never heard an answer to that. What are they doing to, in fact, make sure that the students that are coming out with an education that's going to match a job? Because that's what you want. And I'm not really good with, here's $12.1 million. I trust that you'll make it all work. So information is, I think, important.
One of the things I'd like to bring up is, you know, at our last town hall with Bill Hall, I think a couple of them, actually, this project and what we were doing were brought up to the public. We sat there and said, they're having a project up there. Here's what we're doing about it. It wasn't fully designed at that point, but it was out there, and it's been out there. Regarding information, I have given the board every presentation that's been available up to 2 weeks ago when the board asked for, give me information, give me something we can put on the website. I attached that to an email a couple weeks ago, and I haven't seen it on the website. I haven't really looked for it, but it's there. It has all the details. It has the expenditures, plans, and all this stuff of what you want to know. As far as the design, it's been gone through by a committee up there, of which I was a part, several times. Do we really need this? Do we really need that? And it came down to the directors up there saying, hey, we're going to have these kind of classes. In the future, we might have those kind of classes, and this is what we think we need. And that's been gone through for, I don't know how many years that we've been working on this project. So it has been vetted, and the information has been out there. So.
Well, John, I know Bell Hall had those meetings, but at the same time, way back when Bell Hall had the town hall meetings, he was stressing the change in the formula.
Yeah,
also.
oh yeah, and that was the purpose of why we were there, saying this is what it is, and it's the same thing that we've been talking about.
Right.
Here's where we want to be with the operational formula.
And we talked about the delta. The way I look at it, the delta is really zero, because we said we would approve this project if the formula was changed going forward. So you do have the support of the project. It's just going forward. I mean, we'll have to do a bond issue. We'll have to borrow the money. We'll have to, I know Aaron doesn't have much set aside. I mean, we'll be paying for this for the next 25 years.
I get it.
And then what happens in 10 or 15 years if there's another project? Then we're right back to where we are. This, we support the project, so.
Well, I know, everybody, I'm sure they do. There's nobody here that says we shouldn't do the project for our kids up there at Erie County Tech and all the other 10 districts' kids, right? These are students. These are excellent programs. These are programs that can help these kids make a good living, and we need to support that. The place hasn't been upgraded for 30 years. With this project, it's going to be another at least 20 years before we hear from about any big money that they'll need. So, and again, if we have to do this again in this environment, the construction environment, it's going to go up anyway. And I think we need to realize that. But more than anything, the need is not going to go away until we do something about it. We're going to hear about it shortly. Okay.
Well, I just hope the other districts are having the same conversation, that the need's still there, that we should consider changing the formula.
I think everybody understands that. I don't think anybody is against the project. We're talking about the money end, which is certainly important, but it's a physical thing that needs done. And that's not going to get changed by just talking about it.
I agree with you, President Winchell. Everybody supports this project, but it doesn't seem like there was an honest effort from the other districts to look at that funding formula and say, hey, Mill Creek, how can we get you to where you think you need to be, or meet you in the middle, or do anything? We said we would fund this up to $9.9 million, and now at this point, it went up again. So here we are at 12.1, 12.2. I would vote yes for this if they had changed the formula. But the idea that they did not even try is the reason why I'm not going to vote for this.
John, you talk about all the things they did. So we stated where we were capable of funding to. We made that very clear. We gave that a unanimous answer. The project came back even higher. Where is the value engineering? Where is the what can they do without to get this project into the window that all the other districts can accept, meeting the number that we said that we can tolerate as a district? I mean, at this point, the conversation is twofold. One, to Jason's point and to others, we're trying to meet them there because we acknowledge this has to, at some point, something's got to give, something's got to be done. Does it have to be an addition to a building? Does it have to be changing all, like 80% of the walls in the building and reorganizing the entire structure? I don't know because I have no idea how that impacts the quality of their education. I will defer to them, to their administration, like I defer to our administration. They are the professionals. They know what they need. But there hasn't been quality conversation about why moving these classrooms around creates a better facility, why they need this extra space. I mean, it's lacking in a, I will say, it's lacking in a formal presentation for the public to truly engage. Most formal presentations for a renovation of this scope would have architectural renderings, it would have explanations as to why. There's not a lot of why, there's a lot of this is what we need. But I don't know the why they need it or how. So, and I'm not, that's not your fault. I'm not pointing at you. I'm just saying the documents that you share, like, yes, they're great construction documents. And for a trained person, they're going to read it and understand. But for most people, they're just, red and, yellow lines and blue lines on a piece of paper that don't mean much. So it's frustrating because you're correct. It's not going to go away. I hope that how this lands, hope there's time to still get this done and to realize that if we can't come to agreements, then it sounds like this might be, we might be at an impasse.
Just let me share that this process has, the engineering and the thought process has been gone over 100 times with their people, with the professionals of it. It has gone through, and we have taken things out. We have moved things around. So that the discussions have been made.
Just to remember on some of those JOC calls when we were zooming in, and one time Aaron and Dr. Roberts participated, and Aaron had given a presentation, and I know that I don't know who was the head of the JOC at that point, but really trying to get all the committee to work together. Hey, Aaron came with some compromises, phase in, a hybrid model, and they really tried to work together, but a few school districts are really chastising us. They're pretty nasty on that call, and that's fine. That's their opinion, but we had a discussion, but it all came down to the fact is we're good with the project just going forward. So I think, again, we'll be the one identified and we'll be the bad guys, and Dr. Roberts will have to hear that at the superintendent's meetings. But, even when somebody called me a few weeks ago, I'm like, no, we're not the only ones in town that, you point your finger, three are pointing back at you, so. Any other discussion?
I just one other point. I don't think anybody's brought it up, and I just wanted to be part of the record that the Joint Operating Committee did pass a resolution in regard to the budgetary process if this project was approved, and I think you have received that resolution. But they're going to, budget for maintenance and equipment going forward through the budgetary process as opposed to capital process. And I don't think that was mentioned, and that was a response from the JOC in regard to this predicament. So just want to make sure that's on the record that we acknowledge that we did get that. Was approved by the JOC in a unanimous vote for all members that were present. I think there was one person that was absent. So just making sure everybody is aware of that too.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. So again, a yes vote was to approve the resolution, to accept that, and have Mill Creek participate in that. And a no vote would be no to the resolution. So if we could have a roll call vote considered.
Yes. Mr. Lindner,
No.
Ms. McClintock,
Yes.
Mr. Winchell,
No.
Mrs. Winchell,
No.
Mr. Busco,
No.
Ms. Capabianca, Mr. Dean,
No.
Mr. DePlacido,
Yes.
Dr. Lansbury.
Yes.
Motion fails.
3.03, the superintendent's report, personnel board report, hire of the MIHS principal. Roberts.
Yes. Thank you, President Winchell. After an extensive and thorough recruitment, interview, and decision to hire a principal to lead McDowell Intermediate High School, we went through 3 rounds of interviews, and the third interview had 3 strong finalist candidates. The team decided that the best person to lead a McDowell Intermediate High School to move into the next several years, to move a school that we believe is certainly a really strong school, a good to great school. We've decided to bring forward to the board a recommendation of the current assistant principal, Scott Quivy, service principal at MIHS, for the school year 21-22.
Okay, have a motion to approve Mr. Quibby as
Make a
the-
motion, Mike.
Okay,
Second.
Second, okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Against, nay? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Quivy, can you come forth and share just with a level of brevity? Given our time, I know that you have to be there at 6 in the morning. And so, yes, thank you.
Yes, good evening. I'll definitely keep this short. My name is Scott Quivy, and I'm extremely excited to be here and have the opportunity to accept, this position. I've been in education for 17 years, and all but one of those have been at the Mill Creek Township School District. My first year, I started teaching in the Pittsburgh area, but moved back to Erie and accepted a position as a middle school science teacher at J.S. Wilson, where I taught for 10 years. I've been able to spend the last 5 years as an assistant principal at McDowell Intermediate High School. And during those 5 years at MIHS, I've had the privilege of serving on a leadership team that has seen tremendous achievement and growth among both students and faculty. With all that being said, and as Dr. Roberts alluded to, though, we're not satisfied with the results we've obtained so far. Our staff and our students have come back this year with a tremendous commitment and enthusiasm to being in 5 days per week with in-person instruction. It is my goal, and it is our faculty and staff's goal every day to push our students to reach their full potential, not just academically, but socially and emotionally. Getting back to some of those traditional activities that we've enjoyed in the past, while also incorporating some of the new technology and skills we've seen in the last year and a half. So again, I thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to carrying out this essential work that takes place every day at McDowell Intermediate High School. Thank you.
Good luck.
Congratulations.
Very good. Moving on to item 4, solicitor report, 4.01, Secretary of Education masking information, Attorney Senate.
Thank you. I think everyone knows that the Secretary of the Department of Health issued the face covering order. And I think we're all familiar with the concerns and objections that have been raised in regard to that by members of the public. In response to that, those concerns and objections, the Secretary of Education has actually stepped up and provided additional information to school boards. And the first thing she's indicated is that order from the Department of Health is not optional. You have no choice as board members to follow the Department of Health order. And in addition to that, the Secretary of Education has actually issued a kind of a warning. And it says, the Secretary of Education is issued a warning to Board of Directors of school districts that choose not to comply with the Department of Health order on face coverings. Number one, the failure to implement and follow the control measures under the order subjects each board member to the penalty provisions of the Disease Prevention and Control Act of 1955. A violation occurs each day that the order is not enforced, and each board member may be charged a financial penalty for each student or staff member attending the school. Failure to implement and control or follow the control measures under the order exposes each board member to personal liability regarding the exception under immunity for willful misconduct, as well as other remedies and actions that could be provided by law. The Department of Education is serving notice to each board member that the failure to comply with the mask order is a violation of the law. A knowing violation that may be used by a plaintiff to establish a personal liability action under negligence would fall within the exception of willful misconduct under the immunity statute. Each board member may face lawsuits from those who may be affected by noncompliance with the order, including children who may become ill as a result of the district's violation, or disabled children who are unable to attend school because of the district's failure to follow the order. Each board member may bear potential liability with no indemnification or protection as provided under the Immunity Act because of the willful misconduct. School districts' liability insurers are exploring canceling coverages as a result of those districts' possible illegal conduct and potentially purposeful violations of the law. School districts' violations of the law may negatively affect workers' compensation claims coverage and premium calculations. Districts that do not comply with or elect to violate the law may be referred to the United States Department of Education Office of Civil Rights for investigation. In particular, failure to comply with the order may prevent immunocompromised and other susceptible students from attending class in violation of IDEA, ADA, and the Rehabilitation Act. Employees who report noncompliance may be entitled to protection under the state whistleblower law. So it's a significant warning from the Secretary of Education as to concerns raised. And as a result of that warning, obviously my advice to you as school board members is we're going to follow the order.
And I think that we are, and
Yeah.
we agreed to follow the order, and we have, and I kind of think they threw the entire kitchen sink at us with threats. But I do have some concerns, not about this particular order, but the precedent that this sets for local school board. And I think Ms. Liddell, she touched on this as well. When I read this, not so much that it has to do with the pandemic that we're going through, a very unusual time, but they're now setting a precedent, I believe, in where they would hang their hat on which law next and when it's willful conduct. What if we don't agree with something that the state's doing? In California, they stripped their math curriculum and basically dumbed it down. In Washington or Oregon, the state's like, you don't have to read and write to graduate. Well, my goodness, if Harrisburg did that, I think we'd all want to stand up against it and say, we're not going to put up with that. Could we be threatened? I mean, I know those are extreme cases, and I'm meant to be extreme in that point, but I do have a concern that we were elected. School districts are supposed to have local control. I understand this is a pandemic, but from our solicitor standpoint, is there anything, I'm not saying violate this, but put something in writing. Can solicitors, or I don't know if you're part of a group or what, stand up for your school boards and say, we understand where you're going with this, but this is very limited. And we want you to know we think it's limited. When you come down with some other idea that maybe isn't health related directly, although they might try to say something's health related, that you can't strip a school board of their power to make a decision. We were elected by our community. Again, not saying that we should all take our masks off and walk out of here, but what precedent does this set? And how does this start to chip away at local control? That's my personal opinion. And if there's any way to let the Secretary of Education know, we understand where you're coming from in this very, very narrow area, but as a solicitor, can they? Where will this go? What kind of slippery slope? When is the next time we won't be allowed to say no? for fear of being held liable?
Well, I look at it this way. I look at the law for which the Secretary of Health identified its power, her power, to issue the order in the first place. And that is the Disease Prevention and Control Law of 1955. And in that law itself, it indicates who has primary responsibility for public health in schools. Primary, not sole, primary. Primary responsibility is the Department of Health and the local health departments. So as a result, that's why you have an order from the Secretary of Health, and then that we previously had issued health and safety plans prior to that order and prior to the local health department order, because the statutory framework is that the Secretary of Health has the power, the local Department of Health have the power. Those are primary. We're secondary, and we're talking about disease prevention and control in public schools. So that's why we have three different orders. We have the Secretary of Health, we have the local Department of Health, and we have our own order, our own rules. I don't think that because that is so, the law is so specific in that area, I don't think we're establishing a slippery slope. Because the things that you're talking about, we are primary. We're responsible for the education of the students, but we're not primary in regard to the health as set forth in the Disease Prevention and Control Act of 1955. And I think that's the difference. And that's why I'm not concerned about a slippery slope, because it is local, except for this one particular area where they've granted other entity primary responsibility.
Appreciate that, Attorney Sandin. I know it's late, but well said, Janine. I agree with you on that it is local control. And it is concerning what happens when Erie County moves in a different direction than Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Are we still under this, and are we now unable to follow our current health and safety policy that we enacted that says when we're in low and moderate? Is the state going to universally revoke it across the state? Are they going to manually manipulate it by county? The way it's written now is it was a very strong-arm tactic. There was no clear ability to revert back to should Erie County Department of Health say, Erie County is not in danger like Philadelphia or another outlying county that is in a different scenario than we are. It's a very big state with very different communities and very different outcomes. And I have to agree with you, Janine. It wasn't a very aggressive approach.
Oh, I'm done.
Any other discussion? Dr. Opes, I wonder if you have our communications coordinator, like along with our health and safety plan, if a lot of people have been asking, could we also post the Erie County mandate, Department of Health mandate, and this order right next to our health and safety so people will see that? I mean, something, could you discuss that with the court team and see if that could be posted on the website?
Sure.
For the masking, obviously.
So the Erie County masking mandate.
Well, I'm just saying the different layers that are in there.
You have the Secretary of Health order, Erie County Department of Health order, and then our own health and safety.
Sure.
This doesn't have an expiration date on it. Did I miss that?
No, that's the problem with it.
No, it doesn't.
That's why it's so strong.
The Secretary of Health continues until revoked.
And that could be the end of the pandemic. I'm just.
Could be tomorrow.
Did I miss seeing this in the news? I mean, I saw it because it was sent to us, but I've seen no news coverage related to this.
In terms of the threat?
Yes.
I think it was forwarded to the superintendents from the Secretary of Health. And I think that Secretary of Health, some of this language was directed to a school district that ignored the order. And it's been passed around all the school districts. And then the Secretary of Education, I'm sorry, it was Secretary of Education that sent this out. The Secretary of Education is the one that has sent out a notice. And that went out on Friday, I believe, and specifically indicated that the Secretary of Health's order was not optional. You should be following it.
I would think that would at least be newsworthy. The news is still out there listening. Please include.
Yeah. Okay, anything else, Tim?
No, that's all.
That's it, okay.
Thank you.
Old business, any old business? I just have one item. We did the board self-assessment, and Jim Somerville kind of gave us a debrief with a request that we get together with an action plan, and Jason kind of stepped up and said he'll help coordinate that. And so we do have a meeting set up. Jim Somerville will be in Erie, meeting with Jason, myself, and Chris, and Dr. Roberts, if his schedule allows, on October the 7th to create that action plan. And one of our spots of opportunity for growth is that legislator interaction. So this might be a good starting point to talk about what happens when Erie County goes to lower moderate and the rest of the state does. So thank you, Jason, for coordinating that. And Chris, you're on the line, but October 7th at 3 o'clock, I believe. Any other old business? Hearing none. New business. Any new business? Okay, hearing no new business. School board remarks. Would anyone like to make any remarks before I turn over to Dr. Roberts? I know no one ever likes to follow Dr. Roberts. But,
I just want to say, I think it's been, Piper's a sophomore, and her first 3 weeks have been pretty fantastic, and she's happy to be back. They're not nearly, the kids don't seem nearly as fazed by the mask as I am, which is good. I mean, and she really is having a good time. She likes the fact that her classmates are back. We're able to talk during lunch and go to football games. So I think it's a pretty normal year for them, which is what we want for our students, to help them get through any of those anxiety issues that they had last year. So I've heard a lot, and from her and her friends, I've heard a lot of good things. So I really appreciate our teachers and administrators kicking off a great year for them.
well, thank you. Lisa, how about your son?
Oh, I agree. The sentiment is the same. They feel like they're even acting more normal. That's impossible.
What does teenagers do?
Yeah, just teenagers do that. But yeah, it was great to be part of that energy and all that off-campus activities and a normal routine. It's done a lot for him.
Great. What about you, Jason?
It's hard to get out of bed in the morning for those three. Been in a habit of sleeping in for a while. So other than that, they're having a great year. They really are. They have great teachers. They have great support, and I'm excited to see them back. I'm excited to see them at the football games. I'm excited for cross country and volleyball and basketball and all those things that we kind of missed out on over the last year.
Mike, how about you?
They're very excited. Means point, they don't care about the mask. They just want to be in class. They're glad to see their friends. They're glad to have their after-school activities, whether it be sports or clubs. Even just my son's greatest fun part of the day is jumping out of the car and hanging out with his friends in front of school before they let him in for those first couple minutes. I mean, they're just excited to have a more normal year.
All good memories. Thanks. Anyone else? Dr. Roberts, turn it over to you.
Thank you. Certainly echo the sentiments of board members who shared just the experiences of your children. It's so palpable. Whether or not I have visited classrooms, stood in front of schools to greet students and welcome parents, maybe attended events or heard about events on the cross-country course, on the golf course, on the football field, in the pool, on the volleyball court, the soccer field, it's all the same. Lots of excitement. We're back, and the smiles behind the masks can tell us that. My commitment and that of the core executive team, and certainly the school board, remains to have a year of uninterrupted learning and school attendance for all of our students. We are constantly reviewing data that speaks to the fact that in-person learning really adds value to the mental health of our students. Mental health is a critical aspect of education, and it often gets overlooked. And we know that in-person interactions with their peers and the adults who teach and serve them can greatly reduce the levels of stress and anxiety that many of our students have complained about during the last school year. Additionally, there are less distractions in the classroom, and we know that students and even adults, when they are learning virtually, tend to be more distracted. We started this school year in a very strong way. Yes, there are a number of challenges that we have to work through, but I have the utmost confidence that we have the right people in place, teaching, leading, and serving our students. Transportation is one such challenge. Yes, parents, I know that you are listening, that you have reached out to us, and we hear you. We are continuing to partner with our school bus partner and vendor to ensure that our students get to and from school in a safe and an efficient manner, and to ensure that they have a healthy experience while riding on those buses. Quite frankly, this hasn't been the case necessarily. We as a Mill Creek Township School District, we are not impervious to the current national school bus driver shortage. The transportation industry certainly is not impervious either to the ravages of COVID-19. And as a result, we have seen so many of our drivers test positive for COVID. And as a result, we had to fill in with substitute drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 8th school day of this school year. And we have received from parents and students lots of complaints and certainly a lot of communication with regards to their experiences. Parents, please know that the core team and I are treating each communication with the utmost level of seriousness, and we will continue to demand excellence from our transportation team, and we will continue to partner with them so that they understand that we are in this together. I want to remind all, certainly myself, that during a time such as this, we have to be patient with each other. We have to value every person's humanity, regardless of their differences in lived experiences. We have to keep the faith. And you've heard me say over and over again, we have to truly develop our empathy muscles. Recently, I visited a 4th grade classroom with our communications team and an assistant principal. And a number of students had questions for me. And one 4th grade boy asked me if I ever encounter angry parents in my work each day. And I responded and shared that since I've been in this district, I have not encountered any angry parents. But what I've encountered are many parents who are incredibly passionate in their advocacy on behalf of their children. The kind of advocacy that is truly inspiring, regardless of where we sit on any particular issue. Board, parents, community members, there's no doubt that the pandemic has created much disruption in our education system and leaving us with a significant task of keeping our students, teachers, staff, and our leaders safe while maintaining fidelity to our mission of providing every student with a world-class education that prepares them to reach their full potential as lifelong learners and responsible citizens. Board, you are one of 500 school boards in this Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that show up every single month to ensure that there is the right governance in place so that our children, teachers, and staff can have a rich experience. But even you are subject to so much criticism. With the most recent Secretary of Health's mandate directive to you all, I empathize with you. I don't know the spirit in which the mandate was shared, but I know that it is intended to make sure that we are prioritizing the health, safety, and well-being of our children. And so I know that you will continue as the Mill Creek Township Board to demonstrate that spirit of resilience and remain focused on the main thing, regardless of what is thrown at you. You know, now that we have our students back to school for in-person teaching and learning, we have this mission-critical challenge of providing them with consistent, quality, student-centered instruction. And one encouraging aspect of this is the fact that today marks the first time since March of 2020 that our students have attended school in person on a Monday. Many of our students have never in their life, mind you, they're very short lives, 3 or 4 years, attended school on a Monday. And this is a celebration for them. We have a year planned of exemplary pedagogical delivery, intense academic interventions, additional mental health supports, and a focus on professional development and capacity building for all of our adults in this district. Parents and our Mill Creek community, We do not want to and fully recognize that we cannot do this without you, without a positive and collaborative involvement that you've continued to demonstrate. Remember that our children are not inspired by politics or ideology. They do not subscribe to the cultural wars that we're all experiencing. And while some of us are involved in making decisions that are not necessarily in agreement with each other, they're dissenting opinions, I often ask you to remember that at the end of every single decision and every data point, there are children. As the adults, we can decide whether or not to impact our children in a positive or in a negative way. As the superintendent, I remain committed to the safety and well-being of 100% of our students who knock on our doors each day and the adults who tirelessly come to serve them. While I do not, and it appears at times that I have a myopic focus on only teaching and learning, and that is my focus, quality education, strong instruction. We are in the business of education. That's what we should focus on. I awaken every single day with thoughts of what decisions am I going to make today in collaboration with the board and the core team to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our adults and the children that we serve. Teachers, staff, leaders, and students, today I reminded you that as we embark upon this first 5-day week of the school year, that Mahatma Gandhi, in one of his most famous quotes, reminds us that a small body of unquestionable faith in their mission can alter the course of history. Together, if we together maintain this unquestionable faith in our mission as a school district, we are bound to change the course of the last year in our historical gathering. We have work to do. Let's continue to do this as a team.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Any other comments? Hearing none. Adjournment. Just would like to remind everyone this meeting was recorded and can be viewed for future viewing purposes on YouTube. You can also view this evening's agenda as well as several additional informational items on our website, www.mtsd.org. In addition, please visit us and like us on our Facebook page, Mill Creek Township School District. Item 8.01, adjournment. Can I have a motion? And a second.
Second, Mike.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, nay. We are adjourned.
Congratulations, Scott. Your first board meeting as a principal. Fun one.